Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of a new Naruto. What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the shinobi world. Our story starts at Invasion of Konoha arc and continues onwards. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. Tsunade stood on top of the Hokage Tower looking up at the sunset-drenched mountain that now bore her visage. You need to go see the brat. His house is starting to look like the inside of a hodgepodge file cabinet. Get him to calm down some. Jiraiya looked at her from the corner of his eye as he looked out onto the village. Get him to calm down. He isn't losing it about the whole Akatsuki thing, is he? I figured that he would be taking it way better than that. Tsunade shook her head. He's not losing it. I mean, it isn't like he's scared of them, or scared of them taking him, nothing like that. He seems more tense these days though, more along the lines of the way he used to be when I first met him. Jiraiya looked at her as understanding washed over his face. That was enough proof that he was feeling the squeeze of the situation. When Naruto was with Jiraiya looking for Tsunade, he was scared. He would never have said so, he would never have even shown it, but Jiraiya could feel the fear on him no matter how well he hid it. He was weak, he had just been attacked by Takai Uchiha and Kaizen Hoshigeki, and a few days prior to that he had just been unsealed and had a multitude of questions and concerns to work out. That had to have been a stress tidal wave hitting right after a simultaneous stress earthquake and volcano. Coming back to Konoha to see the boy mellowed out after the failed Sasuke retrieval really did Jiraiya's mind good. Tsunade continued, every wall of his apartment living room is plastered with all kinds of amassed information, patterns of known movement, hot points of contact, eyewitness reports of known members, personal files on whatever he could get on each, which for more than a few isn't very much. He has a room full of clones going over this information and either spends the rest of his time studying with Hamako or in the Forest of Death. And that would concern me if he hadn't been using it as his own personal playground for the last few years. Jiraiya made a noise of acknowledgement. Maybe I should take him with me again. A trip elsewhere should do him some good. Maybe I can get into what his deal is once we get away from the village. Maybe he's just nervous, it's understandable, he has a lot on his plate. Tsunade took a moment to think about it. A trip to where though? I don't think I can swing another training mission. I barely got the last one through the channels since I was sending him alone. The elders sure loved that idea. Tsunade said sarcastically. Jiraiya waved it off, just give us any old rinky-dink chore. Preferably one that takes us out of the country for at least a week. That kid can be one tough nut to crack when he wants to be, and I have a feeling he isn't waiting for someone to spill his guts about his anxiety too. All right then. Tsunade said as she turned to face him at last, I'll get it set up soon after I go over what we need done. He just got back from a short courier run earlier today, so I'll leave it up to you whether or not to see him now or later. Jiraiya scratched his chin. Where is he now? Tsunade smirked. The Forest of Death if I would hazard a guess. Jiraiya let off a sweat drop. I'll go see the kid later. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato outside of Training Area 44 aka Forest of Death. The light of the moon bathed him as Naruto was on his hands and knees dripping sweat after his most recent episode with his most prolific adversaries, the giant spiders in the Forest of Death. Naruto panted and glared at the sword in his grip on the ground. *pant***, you certainly crap out at the absolute worst times imaginable. I swear you do it on purpose. Naruto then proceeded to flop face first on the ground to give himself a moment of rest. He went directly into the known nest area of the spiders to test the limits of the Sennin Kugake transformation of the Sennenki no Ken the best way he knew how, with wanton slaughter, and the endless waves of spiders that had become his favorite targets / the bane of his existence were the perfect test dummies for him and his blade gauntlets and greaves. The good part about the training, the blades were as good as he assumed they were. He cut right through the spiders like a hot knife through butter, it was absolutely effortless. His senses, reflexes, and physical attributes were heightened exponentially just from wearing them, and it seemed that the longer he had them on the stronger he seemed to get. Every spider he cut down was seemingly replaced by two like always, but he couldn't have cared less at the rate he was slicing them apart. He was moving so fast by the end that the blades didn't even get any spider gore on them. Then came the bad part. That little feeling of supreme authority and superiority over the eight-legged lower life forms came at a price, as it always had. The power growth was apparently something of a supernova, as it just left him all at once, no fading, no waning of energy. When it decided to go, it took everything with it all at once. The euphoria of showing those stupid spiders who exactly the boss of that woodland area was and who ran things with an iron fist in the forest of death caused Naruto to lose track of time. Now he had painstakingly prolonged the amount of time he was able to keep going while using the Sennin Kukage from the pitiful 5 minutes he displayed against Sasori to 15. Still pathetic, supremely pathetic, but time flies when you're cutting down mindless drones by the dozens. When the 15 minutes that he lost track of time have elapsed, it took everything he had to not instantly drop to the ground and black out. By all rights he should have been devoured by the damned plagues of the forest, but he saved himself at the very last second with a quick boost of Kyuubi's chakra so that he could. A human-sized orange toad in a blue jacket poked at Naruto with a slight glare on his face. "Don't you ever do that again, Aniki. I never want to see another goddamn spider for as long as I live. I should body slam you. Summon Gamekichi." Naruto rolled over slightly. "I never make you do anything. I can't remember ever making you actually fight anything. Ever. All I ever make you do when I summon you is either train with you, or get you drunk and feed you. Cashing in all of that goodwill for you running a few kilometers to get us out of a forest is nothing." Gamekichi frowned. "Well, I did get to test out the blade the old man gave me." He grumbled to himself for a moment. "Next time call Gametatsu to do the hard work." Naruto scoffed. "If I had summoned Gametatsu, he probably would have just sat there and watched me get eaten before asking the remains of my spider-violated corpse for a snack." Gamekichi was about to respond before he dropped it. "Okay, you've got me there, but you owe me big next time you summon me." "Oh, for sure," Naruto said as he tried to push himself up onto his elbows. "And I'll repay you by not telling Gamabunta that you blew up his stockpiles of sake when you were practicing Kaiten, Game Yendan, fire release, toad oil flame bullet, ... Asshole." Gamekichi complained. "I told you that in confidentiality." Naruto let out a weak laugh. "You told me that in a bald-faced alcoholic haze. Gametatsu may be dumb, but at least he holds his liquor better than you." "Whatever." Gamekichi dismissed. "Summon me to hang out later, or to meet that silver-haired girl you live with that has the nice tartars again. You were right, they are great." Naruto opened his mouth to curse Gamekichi out and ask how the hell he knew he said that when the toad grinned at him. "I'm not the only one that says confidential stuff when I'm smashed, Mr. Gropey no hentai. Catch you around, Naruto-ni." He then dispelled in a puff of white smoke to return to his mountain. Naruto sighed and rolled over onto his back, looking straight up at the stars. Come out, Sai. I need you to drag me back to the apartment anyway. I'm wiped out. Sai appeared from the tree line inside of the gates of the Forest of Death with a plain look on his face. You have groped Hamako-san. Naruto glared at him. She's always coming in my bed to sleep with me and I tense up at night. Fratricide of a grabby nature is par the course if she keeps doing it. Whatever you say, Naruto-senpai. Sai said, getting a growl from Naruto. Danza-sama has sent me to inform you that he's already given you everything he could conjure on the Akatsuki. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Everything he could or everything he would? Don't give me that crap, Saikuhai. I know Danza-jiji knows more than he's giving me. Sai blinked emotionlessly. He has handed over everything to you that corresponds to your current situation. Nothing else he has on Akatsuki is relevant to your plight. I made sure to push your suspicion to the contrary on him to get him to say as much. That's bullshit. Naruto said as he looked back up at the night sky. Fine. He's given me more than the official records have forked over, at least, that's for damn sure. You know Hamako has been asking when she would see you again. I think seeing one of her first friends would make her happy. Sai walked over to the downed Naruto. I don't have friends, Naruto-senpai, you know this. You know how we are supposed to be. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I tried telling her that but she didn't listen. She thinks she's friends with you, and from the way we both met her I can see why she would, even if you don't think so yourself. Just drop in and say hello if nothing else one of these days, it would make her smile. Sai put one of his creepy fake smiles on. You can make yourself smile without emotional provocation, senpai. She can smile without my presence. Naruto let off a sweat drop. I mean a legitimate smile, you know, because she's happy to see you. Naruto sighed when Sai gave him a blank look. Never mind. I forgot who I was talking to. Damn it, you're going to get the concept of happiness and all of the other emotions even if I have to beat it into you at some point. Sai kicked a prone Naruto, eliciting a grunt from him. It doesn't look like you can beat anything into anyone at this point in time, senpai. Would you like me to inform a medic nin of your condition? Naruto paled. No, just drag me home. Tsunade-chan said that she would kick my ass if she found out I was overtraining in the Forest of Death again. A smile then came to his face. Hey, this would kill two birds with one stone. You can get me to the apartment and see Hamako-chan at the same time. Chop chop kuhai, get me out of here. Sai would have rolled his eyes if he had the emotional inclination to do so. As you wish, Naruto-senpai. XXX. Instead of dropping Naruto off like a normal human being would, i.e. getting the key from him, opening the door, setting him on the couch, you know, things that a friend would do, Sai dropped Naruto in a heap at the front door of the apartment and knocked on the door before disappearing in an ink shunshin. Naruto groaned from his spot on the ground. Saikuhai, you asshole. Naruto mumbled. After a moment a pair of familiar amber eyes opened the door, looking around curiously before seeing Naruto on the ground. Naruto-sama. What are you doing on the ground? Hamako asked with a slight tilt to her head. Naruto looked up at his assistant with a dry look on his face. Didn't you know? One of my favorite things to do is get chakra exhaustion and lay down on concrete floors directly outside of my apartment door. Hamako puffed her cheeks out indignantly. Well, if that is the attitude you're going to have about it, then I guess you can spend the rest of the night outside. Ignoring the indignant face Naruto had put on at that point, she shut the door. What? This is my house. How in the blue hell are you going to lock me out? Naruto got over his shock after a second and inched his way closer to the door with his chin before slamming his head into it. forgetting completely about the security measures on it that rejected his forceful endeavor and sent him flying into the back railing, sounding a massive clang out as he smacked the metal with his body. Like that obviously, because it may be my house but they aren't my seals. Hamako-chan, let me in. Her muffled voice sounded out from inside. If I let you in, Naruto-sama, you wouldn't learn anything. I'll get you in the morning. Naruto blinked in confusion for a moment before yelling, what the hell am I supposed to be learning? What the hell was that? The door next to Naruto's apartment opened to reveal the confused red-haired neighbor of his that finally looked upon his form, upside down, heaped against the railing, eyebrow twitching. An amused grin crossed her face as she sauntered over to him casually and kneeled down to him, having some trouble, Uzumaki? Naruto let a mildly amused smirk adorn his features. I've graduated to you using my surname, have I, Teiya-chan? I'm so happy. His smirk turned to a frown. I pissed off Hamako-chan and I do not have the energy to open my door due to me blowing all of my chakra heedlessly. Open it for me, would you? Teiya raised an eyebrow. Hell no. I've tried opening your door before. The first time it shocked me. The second time I lost consciousness and woke up in the forest of death. And this time, after seeing what happened to you, I'm not touching that door. Naruto looked up, or down depending on your point of view, in thought. It sounds like Hamako's rotating seal works. The first time you tried to open it during the morning. The second time you did it while I was training and it helpfully directed you to where I was at the time, and this time the seal just wanted to get rid of you. If I had punched the door instead of hitting it with my chin to get a knock, it would have sent me flying all the way to the Hokage Tower. He rolled his shoulders and slid down the railing, ending up on his back on the ground. Just get the key from my pocket and you can just open the door. Teiya gave him a long hard look. Can't you just cancel the seal yourself? Naruto sighed. 2 reasons why I can't. I can't move my hands or generate the chakra to make the 21 hand seals to cancel the security, and Hamako-chan changed the password. Right, Hamako-chan? Yep. She chirped cheerfully from inside. Teiya shrugged and reached into both of his pockets. Let's see, gum, frog wallet. Never mind, piece of paper with an address on it, in women's handwriting. I'm keeping that. Naruto glared at her. Oi. Teiya ignored him and kept perusing his pockets. Receipt for 17 large bowls of beef ramen from Ishiraku, not particularly surprising at this point but still disturbing. Handwritten note for the usual order of Mount Myobaku firebrand sake along with the usual payment, and whistles nice size Uzumaki. Naruto blushed and growled at her, get the key, damn it. Teiya freed her hands from his pockets. Yeah. Whoop, bad news, Uzumaki. She opened her hand to reveal that Naruto's house key had been broken. Sucks for you. Naruto sighed, for Kami's sake. He rolled his eyes and adjusted himself in a laying position on the floor. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow, Teiya-chan. That is, unless someone gets lucky and actually takes me out tonight, because I can't fight back against a damn civilian as I am right now. Teiya stood there looking down on him for a moment before grabbing his ankle and dragging him inside of her apartment, getting a look of surprise out of him. Don't give me that look, asshole. You're the entire reason I'm alive right now, so if I didn't help you out that would make me one miserable bitch, right? The redhead dropped his ankle outside of her bedroom door and pointed at him. I'll get you set in a moment. Can you even move? Naruto wiggled his fingers and toes. This is all I can do for at least the next few hours. Teiya grumbled to herself and lifted Naruto up before walking into her room and dropping him halfway onto the bed. There, now be a good idiot and stay there for a moment. Yes m. Naruto said as he took the time to look around Teiya's room. As he thought, it was pretty par the course for a room. He didn't expect anything else from her, like a room full of stuffed animals or something, because that would have been girly, and the only thing girly about Teiya was that she was a girl. Combat flute on the nightstand, yep, he expected that. A few pictures of her and some of the people she had met in Konoha like Sakura, which surprised him, Shikamaru, surprising seeing as how he thought his attitude would cause her to strangle him, and Ino, polar opposites, enough said. It was good to see that she had some friends besides him, perhaps the fact that she was so close to him helped her get their trust. Teiya re-entered the room with her hat off and now wearing a long t-shirt, shirt off shithead. Upon seeing Naruto's questioning look she sighed, unless you would like to stay fully and perfectly dressed while sleeping. Naruto acquiesced to the request, removing his shirt and sword slowly because he could still barely move. Teiya grinned at him at how long it took to accomplish the action. You're a helpless bastard, aren't you? She said as she took his sandals off. Anyone could do anything that they wanted to you if they wanted, couldn't they? Naruto's thoughts kicked into gear with the way she said that. Okay, from personal experience, whenever someone comments on how helpless I am, bad things have happened, like in my root training. I'm going to find that personality and physical conditioning bastard and kick him in the balls one of these days. What was I thinking about again? He asked himself right before Teiya planted kiss on him and forced him back onto the bed. After a moment she broke away and moved her hair from in front of her face, leaving Naruto looking up at her with a largely unchanged look on his face before he smirked. Oh, so that's why you said that. You're going to rape me now? Teiya's eye twitched. Well, if you don't want me to fuck you, just say so. Naruto looked at her amusedly. What in Kami's name gave you the idea that I didn't? After that, if I had the energy to, I would have flipped us over and showed you who was boss. I'm going to ask what brought this on though. Teiya blushed slightly. Well, honestly I was going to do this a long time ago. Like when we had that clusterfuck mission to Kirigakyo, yeah, I was going to try this then, but you left the entire time and came back beat up and with Hamako. Oh. Naruto said in understanding, so the whole me coming back with a girl thing threw you off from saying that you low dot. Teiya cut him off sharply by jabbing him in the chest. Do not fucking finish that sentence because I fucking don't. You will never ever hear me say that to you, understood? You're a decent looker, you're a nice guy, and you're a hell of a lot more reasonable to choose than any other guy in this place. I mean, who else my age is there to choose from that might actually be a decent lay? With that, Naruto grinned. Oh, so you have an itch that you need me to scratch, do you? Teiya stared at him. Why are you not flustered by this? You haven't had sex before, have you? That was the one part of the training that Danzajiji never had the time to get me to finish, damn seal. Naruto gave her a robotic look. Nope, but still. I have seen you naked before. He grinned when he saw her face. I snuck around Oto's original main base in Tano Kuni for 9 months and went everywhere and saw everything. Do you really think that the women's showers weren't one of the places I hit? Spies don't have dignity. Teiya mouthed at him silently before settling for glaring at him and sitting on his chest. I'm going to make you pay for that. She leaned down with a smirk on her face, and the best thing is, you aren't going anywhere, Whiskers. Lemon start. Naruto blinked at the intent of her tone before looking up at the hittite on his head. Could you take that off for me, Teiya-chan? She looked confused at why that mattered at the moment but did as he asked. Upon lifting the cloth from his forehead, a pill fell from the folds and landed in his mouth. What the hell was that? Naruto grinned and swallowed. Emergency soldier pill. With renewed strength and vigor, Naruto flipped Teiya over, getting a yelp of surprise from her. Now, what were you saying about you making me pay? Naruto's fingers crept along her sides until he finally pulled the shirt off, revealing that she had nothing on underneath. He spoke to her with a smile on his face as he gently squeezed her C-cup breasts. I still don't know why you wear those bulky clothes, Teiya-chan, your figure is killer. What's that scar on your shoulder? Teiya writhed beneath him. You did that when we chased you out of Oto, you bastard. She let out a yelp that turned into a moan when he switched to pinching her nipples. Well then, we're even, little miss Scar my face. Naruto said as he let one hand go to take off his own pants and boxers. Showing his ability to multitask, he took one of Teiya's erect pink nipples into his mouth while finishing undressing. Teiya pulled Naruto down into a searing kiss and broke away just as roughly. Kimimaro did that, Utam. Don't blame me. You were an accessory. Naruto said as he picked her up and placed her roughly against the wall, getting a loud bump for his trouble while continuing with the kiss. Naruto switched from her lips to her neck and collarbone, at times leaving shallow bites. His actions forced Teiya to bite her own lip lest she keep moaning and possibly inflate his ego. What the fuck are you doing? Where are you taking me? She asked as she noticed that he was moving closer to the door of the bedroom. Naruto kept silent until he brought her into the bathroom and stepped into the shower, still holding on to her. I never got to shower after training, so I'm killing two birds with one stone here. His hands found the cold water faucet first and turned it on, laughing to himself at her yell of surprise at the cold water while feeling the goosebumps on her skin. Teiya growled and slapped him hard on his wet back, leaving a red mark. Turn the hot water on us. The smirk that formed as he obediently did as ordered turned to a look of contentment on her face when the steam from the shower began to cloud the bathroom. Fuck me already, you lightweight, or can you not keep holding little old me up? Naruto scoffed. Testy, aren't we? You're so lucky that I always thought you would be a violent lover in the first place and knew this was coming. I'm surprised you didn't bite me yet, oh goddammit. Naruto exclaimed as the brown-eyed redhead bit down on his earlobe. That's it, payback's a bitch, Teiya-chan. Naruto positioned himself carefully at her pussy before inserting himself slowly until he found himself buried fully. No hymen. Teiya adjusted to the feeling of the blonde inside of her. No, I broke it years ago. Orochitam's training was a fuck. She cried out as Naruto sharply thrust into her. Stop talking, Teiya-chan. Naruto said as he held her up against the wall of the shower and pounded into her. I would rather hear you scream. Teiya bit her lip and glared out of the corner of her eye as she held on to him tightly. Like hell, I'll give you the satisfaction of thinking you're a stud. You've got another thing coming. The time from that point forward was split for Naruto between marveling at the way Teiya felt wrapped around his cock and studying her facial expressions. Naruto lovingly kissed the scar on her shoulder before shifting his grip from her hips to under her thighs, pushing her legs up over his shoulders. As he started plowing into her from this position, he felt her nails dig into his back. And after looking at her face, he saw her eyes shut tightly as her breaths became pants. His thrusts slowed when he felt his lady friend's body tighten in his grip, signifying that she had reached her climax. Did you come? Naruto asked, getting a tired nod from Teiya. Naruto let her down and kissed her, still holding her soaking body against the wall of the shower. They broke once again and stood in place while Teiya caught her breath, placing her head against Naruto's chest. But you didn't. Naruto rubbed her back soothingly. I know. Naruto said, turning off the shower and grabbing a towel to dry himself and her as well. I'm surprised, apparently I'm a fucking juggernaut. Teiya let the towel drop and she took Naruto's hand, dragging him back into the room and throwing him on the bed. Before he could verbally or physically respond, she had climbed on top of him and started kissing his chest, one of her hands working his shaft slowly to keep him hard. Teiya wasn't going to let this lie. There was no way she was getting hers and he wasn't getting his. She was benevolent like that. Teiya swung her leg over him and positioned herself over his cock before descending and placing Naruto's hands on her waist. Help me out here, Uzumaki. I'm not doing this by myself. Teiya started to bounce up and down on him, with Naruto helping her momentum. Teiya's hands were placed on his chest, keeping her upright when Naruto pulled her down for a kiss. Naruto started pumping upward into her from the bottom more aggressively than he had in the shower. Teiya moaned and held Naruto's head in her bosom as her blonde lover kept up a furious pace while holding her down. Teiya threw her hair back and looked down at Naruto's face to see that his pupils suddenly dilated. After spending a lot of time around medic ninja like Sakura, she knew what this was a symptom of. Uzumaki, your eyes. Her comment was kept inside as Naruto rolled over and fucked her furiously. Naruto's eyelids started fluttering. I know, Teiya-chan, the soldier pill is crapping out on me. Don't you dare verse out on me here. Teiya cried out as she buried her fingers in his hair. You haven't come once and I'm about to do it again, now finish MMP. Naruto once again cut her off by burying his mouth onto hers. Teiya wrapped her legs around him to pull him deeper inside of her. Naruto let go of the kiss only for Teiya to bite his bottom lip. Ow. Damn it, I knew you were a violent fuck, and I couldn't care less. Let go, Teiya-chan, I'm going to come. Not on your life. Teiya breathed out from underneath him. It's all right, I promise, go ahead. Naruto rolled them over into a sitting position and held Teiya close to him while bouncing her up and down on him. Naruto buried his face in her collarbone as he finally shot his seed inside of her, and the force of his climax was the trigger for Teiya's as she followed him shortly thereafter. Naruto collapsed backwards with the girl still on top of him, breathing heavily. With the last of his energy, Naruto lifted Teiya off of his cock with a pop and set her down next to him. The blonde yawned and pulled her close to him, smiling to himself when she didn't fight the intimate contact. Teiya rubbed her cheek against his chest. Next time you better go longer. Naruto shut his eyes, chuckling weakly to himself. Next time, huh? End lemon. XXX. The next day, Naruto emerged from Teiya's apartment far more chipper than he had entered. So much so that he felt giving Teiya a morning wake-up was called for, a wake-up that was more along the lines of a repeat shower session. Heading directly next door, he found the security seal disabled, allowing him back in. Sitting on the couch in the living room was Hamako, going over her sealing notes with a smile on her face. Good morning, master. Yes it is. Naruto smiled and walked past her towards his room. Good morning, Hamako-chan. The house was in comfortable silence for a moment before Hamako shut her notes and looked at Naruto, who had returned to the living room. I guess I need to teach you how to make privacy seals again, huh, master? She said with a sly smile. Naruto stopped in his tracks and stared at her like a startled deer. You heard us last night. Hamako giggled. I really doubt that anyone in the entire complex didn't hear Teiya yelling at you last night. At least you had fun, right? Hamako laughed out loud at the look on his face. If I were you, when you leave today I would take the window. Naruto silently nodded in agreement and pointed his thumb back towards his room. Right, well, I'm going to shower and get some new clothes on. Okay. Hamako said cheerfully, I will have breakfast ready when you get out. Naruto retreated out of the living room and after a moment, Hamako turned to an empty corner in the room. You got all of that, didn't you, Jiraiya-sama? The job is done. Jiraiya dropped his transparency jutsu and had a smile on his face as the shower turned on. Well, I told you to get him to take the edge to get his mind off of Akatsuki, and he ended up doing what I thought you would set up, but I thought more along the lines of you doing it yourself. Hamako shrugged. If it were me, he could have simply told me no and I would have had to listen. He basically had to do what Teiya said to do, and since he was exhausted in the first place, he wouldn't have fought back if he wanted to at all. Besides, she has known him longer than me, it is only fair that she gets him first. First, Jiraiya said as his smile turned into a perverted grin, and that means... Hamako showed no real reaction to being teased. It means what it sounds like, Jiraiya-sama. She then moved towards the kitchen without missing a beat. Sigh. If only it were that easy to get Master to stop eating ramen for the bulk of his meals. Jiraiya opened the front door and left before pulling out a small notepad and writing down speedily, this brat is going to be my muse for the next decade. XXX. That afternoon, Jiraiya looked over at his blonde apprentice, who simply couldn't find it in him to put any kind of scowl on his face. You seem to be in an unusually good mood today, Geiki. Naruto looked over at Jiraiya as they walked and looked forward with a small grin in place. Many good things have happened. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Yeah, I assumed you would end up doing the Oto chick first. All of the factors were there. She knew you closely, you dominated her already outside of the bedroom, you live right next door, you might be a sucker for aggressive redheads like your old man due to genetics. Yep, all there. Naruto glared slightly at Jiraiya, and you are aware of this because... Jiraiya patted him on the head. Tsunade got a list of noise complaints from your complex this morning. Oddly enough, your apartment and hers were conspicuous from that list. He sniffed a faked hair. I am so proud. You make an old man happy to be your godfather. Naruto pushed his hand off. I'm not a sucker for anything, don't be creepy, Ero Kyofu. And where are we going anyway? Tsunade-chan didn't even want to make eye contact with me when I walked in today, and you already had a busted up mug before you shooed me out and we got going. Jiraiya's face turned serious. After your little episode in Suna, we're going to start reaching out to the other nations to see who would like to join forces to deal with Akatsuki. Right now they only have 2 of the Baiju, but this is going to become a much bigger problem very soon with the players we have in action. Naruto frowned at how he remembered that he was barely able to fend off the 2 body doubles of Haiden and Kakuzu until Gaara arrived. If he fought Haiden, he was sure he could win, but Kakuzu he wasn't that sure. The next time he would be hitting harder, moving faster, and the fight would be going to a finish. He looked at his godfather. But why am I coming? Aren't you way more important in the grand scheme of things than I am? How would bringing me even help you? Because kid, you're the Jinchuriki that has had the most run-ins with the Akatsuki and has survived so far. You even took one of them out. Jiraiya explained, no matter what anyone wants to say to you about it, your input is important. So, Naruto started, where are we going? Jiraiya pulled out a map and pointed, to probably the only place with a Jinchuriki that is on good terms with you besides Suna. We're heading up to Kumo to start. At least we know that they'll listen to what we have to say before they kick us out of the country. Naruto nodded but had his mind elsewhere. What do I do from here, Erokyofu? I think I've hit the wall. I don't think I'm going to get much better than I am now. I can't seem to use any more of the Kyuubi's chakra, and from the way I was ragdolled in Suna that won't be enough for a guy like Kakuzu, and he's not even the leader. A questioning look came from the old sage. What about the other one? Naruto waved him off. I already know how I'm going to beat that Tom. But between Haiden, Kakuzu, Itakai, and Kai's this is looking like one steep mountain to climb. Then there's that Deidara that got away. He knows how I fight, so he'll be more dangerous if we meet again. Naruto sighed to himself. He had never asked this before. I need your help. You what now? Jiraiya asked, genuinely surprised. Naruto had never asked for his help, not once. Not to learn the Rasengan, not for training to improve his atrophied attributes, not to find out his lineage, not even on how to get a better rapport with his summons, not anything. To be honest, he had been wondering when this would come up, if it ever would. The kid seemed like a problem solver. You need my help. For what? Naruto looked at his hands and balled his fists. I'm supposed to be Konoha's ace in the hole, the village's ultimate tool to protect it. Well, what good is a tool if it gets stolen by someone else? Gaara's stronger than me now. He's a kid, and I'm just a Chunin. I was losing that fight against those two in the desert. It wasn't even a matter of being powerful. I was pumping out 3 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra and they kept coming. Kakuzu just seemed to step his game up that much better to compete, and Haiden just would not stay down. Naruto shut his eyes and walked ahead. People like to refer to Jinchuriki like me as monsters, as inhuman. Well then, what do you call guys like that? Definitely not normal. They are all freaks, and they just get freakier as you run down the list of them. They are all prepared on how to fight me. They can find me anywhere in the entire world, and they can attack anytime they want to. He stopped and looked back at Jiraiya. How am I supposed to win when fighting at my best wasn't good enough? Jiraiya stayed silent until Naruto was finished before walking up to Naruto and punching him square in the jaw. The shot sent Naruto flying off of the path down a hill into a field on the side of the road. Naruto pulled himself to his feet, wiping the blood from his lip and planning to retaliate when Jiraiya spoke. That's how. Jiraiya stood at the top of the hill looking down at Naruto, who finally stood up. You want me to magically show you what you need to do? Or do you want me to give you some miracle move that will kill all of your enemies in a split second, find the answer to world peace, and make it shower down gold coins all across the landscape? I can't give you the answer of how to stop these people, of what you need to do to beat them. If I had that, don't you think I would have told you? Or better yet, used it myself so that you don't have to put your neck on the line. He pointed down the steep slope at Naruto. You walk up here right now. I don't want to see you jump, and I don't want to even sense you channel any chakra, or you're going back down there. Naruto did as told and walked up the slope. He was knocked down. Climb was more of an accurate description, as by the time he reached Jiraiya at the top he had to use his hands to keep from falling back down. Jiraiya jerked Naruto by his collar and set him back on the road. This isn't supposed to be easy, Naruto. If it was, then someone else would have already solved the problem for you. If it was easy, then there would be a bigger problem out there that you would have to face. The only way to do this is to claw your way to an answer. You need to lower your head, grit your teeth, and plow right on through. You move along. Stop worrying about what will happen if such and such shows up whenever and you're doing who knows what and you aren't good enough. You get good enough, you find your own way to handle things, and I promise you, you can do this. I believe in you, kid. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the head and walked on down the road. You take it one step at a time. Just keep climbing, do not stumble, and you're going to make it. That's how you're going to win. I'll be here to help you as much as I can, but if you ever give up like you were just about to again, I'll beat you back into your old brain-dead self, because at least he was stubborn enough to never quit. He had guts. Naruto followed Jiraiya in silence like a zombie from that point forward. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Hokage Tower. A knock on the office of Tsunade door brought in Shitsune with an uneasy look on her face. Tsunade-sama. Danza is here to see you. Tsunade then understood the look that her assistant wore. Danza was always a subject that she was sore on. She knew of his clashing of values against her sensei and predecessor Hiruzen Sarutobi, mostly over how Konoha handled its foreign affairs, but the thing with Naruto, she didn't know quite what to feel about it. Without Danza training him and placing him en route, he would never have been as strong as he was when she first met him, but she was well aware that Danza's detestable training methods were quite harsh. Ino Yamaneka's mental cleansing by her father after her match against Naruto years ago revealed what Naruto had to go through in training. There was also the fact that he had been very quiet, not bringing things to her or even being seen in public outside of council gatherings. It was odd, the old warhawk not stirring anything up the way Jiraiya warned her he would the entire time he briefed her when he first brought her back to Konoha. Tsunade dismissed Shitsune and informed her to send Danza in as she schooled her expression for her meeting with the bandaged man. Danza. What can I do for you today? Danza stood in front of her desk, steadying himself with his cane. Tsunade, I've come here today to discuss one of Konoha's assets with you, one that you are very well aware of. One Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade planned on nipping this in the bud before anything could happen. She had been planning on this for years. I will not let you take him, Danza. He is doing just fine, he's more than powerful enough without your training. Danza actually let out a chuckle. Would you send your Anbu out so that we can discuss this properly? Tsunade gave him a hard look before making a vague hand gesture. The atmosphere of the room changed, signifying that her guards were gone. Danza cleared his throat and took a seat, still with his hand on his cane. You and I both know that the reason he is so powerful in the first place is my training, but that is neither here nor there. There is not much more that I can teach Uzumaki other than a few jutsu, but they don't seem to be much along his avenue of usage. Danza tapped his cane on the ground. I do not want the boy. I simply wish to ensure his safety. With all of the business of the Akatsuki that you and I both know will do whatever it takes to obtain him, it is of the utmost importance to keep his well-being as a priority of sorts. He hadn't overstepped any boundaries, laced his words with any subtle threats, and he had been speaking the truth the entire time. Tsunade could afford to continue to hear him out. Please continue. Danza nodded and did just that. I would like to assign one of my personal best to work alongside Uzumaki. I can assure you that he is the brightest shinobi I have trained besides Uzumaki himself, but then again, being a Jinchuriki, that would make it hard for him to compare to. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Do not attempt to jerk me around, Danza. I'm warning you, let that boy be. I don't need any treachery against him from within the village when we have more than enough against him from outside of it. Danza kept his face steady. I agree, which is why I am putting this offer on the table. I do not want to cut back Uzumaki's growth or hold him back in any way. He is a Jinchuriki and is destined to be one of the most powerful men in existence, with the Baiju imprisoned inside of him. Having him be captured by a group of rogues simply because he had insufficient backup would not keep our village safe or powerful in any way, especially when that power ends up turned on us and the rest of the world. Seeing that she had her eyes firmly on him, but not saying a word, the elderly man stood up and turned to leave. Well, I will leave the final decision up to you. Until the next time, Tsunadime. With that, the only sound in the room was the sound of Danza's cane thudding off of the floor as he left. XXX. 2 days later, gates of Kumogakyo no Sato. After Naruto and Jiraiya were confronted at the entrance to the village by posted sentries, Jiraiya flashed a message from Konoha that he was to deliver to the Raikage, important information necessary for Kumo's consideration, he called it. With that, both Konoha ninja were watched carefully as they made their way to the main building. Naruto simply peered around their surroundings and took in the village. Nothing that he could see had changed over the course of the time he had been away from Kumo, but being here for business, he passed that thought off to the side. Jiraiya was getting sick of walking in silence. You need to stop worrying about the Akatsuki Geiki. Calm down a bit. Naruto rolled his eyes. It's going to be kind of hard to pull that off when we're about to talk about it with the Raikage, isn't it? And they really don't care whether I'm in a hidden village or not. If they want me badly enough, they'll find a way in. Jiraiya sighed. I've got your back if anything goes down, you know that. Now focus. We need to convince the Raikage what a threat the Akatsuki are and how joining forces with Konoha and compiling our collective forces alongside Suna would be the best thing to handle this. Naruto shook his head. No way. No way in hell this is going to work. We have about a snowball's chance in hell of getting one village to work with us. Iwa already basically told us to go fuck ourselves. Kiri's just getting over the civil war, no way we're getting help there, and Kumo is basically the only shot we've got, but this isn't going to work either. And why not, you skeptical brat? Jiraiya asked as they neared the tower. Naruto rolled his shoulders. The same reason that the Sushikage told us off, because as of now it isn't his problem. Kyarabi and Yuji-chan haven't been targeted yet, so the Raikage won't make a move, or else it might upset the status quo. Jiraiya shook his head. There has to be a leader out there with some foresight. If they come for you, what's to stop them from going after someone else? But you're right, the problem is going to be in explaining it to him. XXX. 3 hours later, Raikage's office. Standing in the background, Naruto listened as the conversation between the two elder shinobi droned on. Sat at his desk, decked out in the traditional Raikage garb of Kumo, listening to Jiraiya intently. The Sannin in question was seated in front of the desk with a look of seriousness on his face. The organization is beginning to make emboldened moves. They have made 3 attempts on Naruto since I've uncovered their existence, and may have the Nanabi of Takegakyo and the Gobi of Iwagakyo as I speak. Soon enough they will come for either your Nibi or Hakaibi Jinchu Uriki. Some of the most notorious ninja in the world gathering together to capture demon vessels. You know that this can't possibly be for a good reason. The Raikage sat in thought for a moment before sighing. Jiraiya Dono, as grateful as I am that you have brought this concern to me instead of keeping the threat to yourself, I don't think I can put my support behind an alliance just for the sake of stopping a group of less than 9 shinobi, no matter how talented they may be. Kyarabi and Yujito are powerful enough to defend themselves and their comrades in case they are attacked, and clearly Uzumaki-san is too, if his still being alive and in one piece right before me is any indication. Naruto frowned from his spot in the background by the door. This was going roughly the way that he expected it to, and from the look on Jiraiya's face he wasn't expecting things to go much better when they walked in himself. The 2 Konoha ninja shared a glance before turning their attention back to the Raikage. I cannot commit Kumogakyo to a coalition at this point in time for this reason. I'm afraid you have both come here for nothing. XXX. That night Kumogakyo Hotel. Jiraiya had turned in soon after they had bought a room for the night, as they had to get up early tomorrow and leave to return to Konoha to report on the results of their mission before Tsunade would decide whether or not reaching out to the remaining villages was a worthwhile endeavor. Naruto could not bring himself to sleep and rather decided to sit out on the roof until he grew tired or sunrise hit, whichever came first. Naruto simply sat against the ledge of the hotel, pulling the sword on his back out of its sheath and placing it back in just so he could hear the sound of the metal sliding. The monotonous sound and action brought Naruto into a state of lucidity, drifting between consciousness. "You sure look like you're having fun." A voice broke Naruto from his trance. He turned and saw an older Yujito standing on the ledge he was sitting against, waving cheerfully. "How have you been for the last few years, Naruto-kun?" Yujito sat down beside Naruto against the ledge and pulled her knees to her chest as she looked him over. He didn't look that much different other than being naturally bigger that came with aging through puberty. Naruto looked over Yujito as well, coming to the same conclusion except that she was over 18 now, busy. Very busy. "We came here to talk to your Raikage about something, but since you found me before I left I might as well tell you myself. You're aware of the Akatsuki, right?" Yujito nodded. "Not a whole lot is known about them, but I'm aware of the name." Naruto looked at her seriously. "You need to look out for them. Black cloaks with red clouds. If you see people wearing that, then you had better either prepare for a fight to the death or get in gear to hightail it. They want the Nibi from you just like they want the Kyuubi from me. They'll pull it from your body and leave you a lifeless husk. Don't let them take you alive, Yuji-chan. Better yet, don't let them take you at all." Yujito frowned at the way Naruto was talking about them. Something was different about him here. He didn't seem to be as confident as he had been back when they had first met. "What's wrong, Naruto? Something's changed about you. Is it Akatsuki?" Naruto rubbed one of his exposed arms. "These aren't normal people, Yuji-chan. You need to expect the absolute worst, most twisted things that you would never think humans could do to themselves or others. These are the boogeymen of the ninja world." Yujito turned away from Naruto and looked up. "So you're scared?" Naruto sat in silence for a moment. Yeah, I am. But not for myself. If they can catch me, then it isn't my problem anymore, and there's no need to be afraid of what happens from that point because I'll be dead. I'm scared for all of the people close to me. I'm scared for Konoha itself. If anyone is looking to utilize the power of the Kyuubi for any reason whatsoever, it will be destructive, and it's going to kill a lot of people. I would be stupid to think that if I die and the Kyuubi is extracted, that things are just going to be alright for everyone in Konoha. My friends, hell, everyone, they'll all be doomed." Yujito took in his words in silence and looked up at the moon with him. "You know, if B were here he would call you a punk ass and then cut you down in that terrible rhyming rapping he does, and I think I would have to agree." Naruto's head snapped over to her as she kept looking up. "The moon is full tonight. It's giving off a very good light here on the mountain, Naruto-kun." She turned her slightly slitted eyes to her blonde companion. "The light from the moon reflects in your eyes and I can see your fear as clear as day. Not on your face but in your eyes, the light reflects it as if you were saying it out loud to me. If one of them were to show up right now and fight us, your heart wouldn't be in it, you would be too afraid of the widespread consequences should you lose." Naruto clenched his fists. "If I lose, then my village, the entire elemental nations are screwed, Yuji-chan. Even one of the Baiju under their control would be catastrophic, not even mentioning that I have the most powerful one. To get all of them would mean Armageddon, pure and simple, no other way around it." So don't let them get you. She said simply, sometimes it isn't one big maze to find the answer, Naruto-kun. Sometimes it's just as simple as saying this is what's going to happen, and this is why I'm not going to let it happen. Just don't give them the satisfaction of getting you. Fight them tooth and nail. Do everything in your power to ensure that they don't take you, and if you fail, so what? You handled the situation the only way you could, but the thing about it was that you weren't scared out of your wits to fight back. They're human too. They can be beaten just like you or I can. We have demons in us and we've been beaten, it's just a matter of going out and getting it done. Naruto laughed humorlessly. You say it like it's that easy. Because it is. She asserted firmly, when you fight, fear isn't necessary or even reasonable for us in that situation. No victory against an enemy of that magnitude can be born of fear. When you dodge, you won't let them hit you. If you protect something, you won't let it die. And if you attack, you will kill them. After all, she said, giving Naruto a faint smile, when you fight them you'll sure be seeing their resolve to kill you, and to harm everything you care about. Naruto stared at his fellow Jinchuriki as she stood up and stretched out widely before kneeling down to his level with a smirk. Think about it, Naruto-kun. Because when I fight them I'll be thinking the same thing. Yujito leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. I won't let them harm you. With that, the Kumo Jounin left Naruto alone on the roof to his thoughts. Naruto turned his eyes back up to the moon for the longest time after being left alone. He thumped the back of his head off of the ledge and sighed to himself, what the hell is wrong with me? One little lackluster fight and I can feel my nerves slipping. What kind of shinobi am I? What kind of protector am I? Naruto growled softly to himself. XXX. The late-night streets of Kumo were traditionally empty as a village-wide curfew was in effect on most days due to Kumo's constant militarization. Shinobi would patrol the streets, keeping watch over the citizens and ensuring their safety. This was what Yujito had been conditioned to know as a fact as she strolled through the streets alone on her way back home. The feeling of being followed is common for most people, but when you are a ninja you kind of have to give that feeling a little bit more attention instead of chalking it up to simple paranoia, because in that line of work your paranoia is based on a well-founded fact that you are never truly safe, not even surrounded by shinobi of your own home. Yujito stopped in place and bared her teeth in annoyance. Okay. I'm tired, it's been a long day, and I need to get up early tomorrow. Whoever it is that has a problem with me can come on out and either do something about it or go away. Two men in red cloaks and straw hats revealed themselves from the shadows, one with a three-bladed scythe on his back. You're Yujito Ni, are you not? Yujito smirked as a nervous sweat worked its way to her face. Well then, it looks like I have some admirers. A friend of mine told me you would be coming. Now let me show you what I do to stalkers. Yujito ran through the tunnels of the sewer system of Kumogakyo, breathing heavily as she shot a quick look behind her. This is such a bad idea. She said to herself but thought otherwise, but I can't just fight in the middle of the village like that. I would destroy so much of it just trying to defend myself. She stopped in the middle of an open area where several tunnels lead to, making it something of an open-air central chamber. As she looked around her new setting, Yujito was forced to dodge a scythe attached to a cable that landed in the center of the water in the room. Are you going to stop running now, because this chasing shit is getting irksome? One of the cloaked men said as he took off his hat to reveal slicked back silver hair. You did good to dodge that though, but I am the slowest member of Akatsuki, so that isn't saying too much. She did us a favor, Haiden. the other said as he took off his hat to reveal a mask-covered face with only his strange eyes with green irises and red sclera visible. Down here there is less of a chance of the Kumo ninja interfering. Haydn let out a laugh. Yeah, too bad about that. I can't kill her, so slaughtering the droves of fools that came to stop us would have been the only thing I would have enjoyed about this whole thing. He shrugged carelessly as he picked his scythe back up. Oh well then. Shall we do this already, Kakuzu? Kakuzu growled at his partner. You should take her seriously, she is the Nibi Jinchuriki after all. She could kill you. Don't be stupid, Kakuzu. Haydn said, you know there's nothing that can kill me. And even if she could, good for her. He pulled a strange amulet on a necklace out, but let me start this out with a prayer to Jashin Sama. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. You really piss me off with all of that praying. Hey you asshole. Haydn snapped at Kakuzu, it's a part of my religion. Yujito smirked nervously, still trying to show her bravado. You both walked right into this. Do you really see me as that little of a threat to you? Fine then. Yujito made a hand seal that activated an explosive note above the tunnels they had taken to get to the chamber. I brought you down here for a reason. A fight between us would destroy a lot of the village, but this sewer is far below the peaks of the village. We won't be hurting anyone by fighting down here. Kakuzu chuckled, a patriot, huh? I remember when I used to be like you. One day you'll see what that gets you, more specifically when we're pulling your baiju from your body and no one comes to save you. Then you'll see how much your beloved village cherishes your life. Hey. Haydn said reasonably, I can't kill you, so there's not a whole lot of motivation for me to get into a fight. Why don't we just talk this out and you come quietly with us? You don't have a chance to win. Maybe, maybe not. Yujito said, but just talking about it isn't going to get us anywhere. I knew you were coming and I was ready for a fight. Yujito focused her power that actually blew her ponytail apart and began generating the Nibi's chakra, hunching over as it formed a spectral blue flame around her body in the form of a massive cat. Haydn simply looked at her with not much of any emotion on his face, so I guess that would be a no. Kakuzu palmed his face, for the love of. You are so stupid. Haydn licked his lips in anticipation of a fight. This is some Jinchuriki though. She's totally become the beast she holds. Yujito roared and swatted Kakuzu's body into a wall, sending rubble about from the impact of his frame. She then turned to Haydn and opened her mouth, generating a large fireball. Shit. The fireball forced Haydn to dodge as it hit the wall behind him, utterly obliterating it and causing a mini cave-in. Haydn sighed in somewhat relief as he hid behind some of the misplaced rubble. So this is the Nibi no Bakaniko, and apparently I'm trapped like a rat. He smirked as he saw her charge up another fireball. How fun. XXX. The silence of the Kumo night left Naruto alone with his thoughts as he left the hotel to walk around the village to still his mind. Yujai-chan. How can she be unafraid to fail? She has to know what's going to happen to everyone else if they get her baiju. That thing would tear just this country apart by itself. Naruto punched the side of a nearby building before pulling his fist away and watching the torn skin on his knuckles heal before his eyes. Such a shame, Kit. Kyuubi said suddenly, all of this power seemingly at your disposal and yet you find yourself locked in combat with those that do not flinch when faced down with it. I would somewhat respect them if I didn't want to crush them so much for daring to stand against me. Naruto continued to walk. 3 tails. I was using 3 tails when I fought in the desert and they just kept coming forward. It was like the more power I was pumping out, the better acclimated to the situation they seemed to be. Naruto kept walking as the Kyuubi chimed in again. Well, if power doesn't work, you're simply not using enough of it. Naruto rolled his eyes. And you did. Tell me how that worked out for you over the past 100 years, because without a Jinchuriki you were a raging monster incapable of any rational thought other than to destroy. A low chuckle sounded out in his head. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is a bad thing, you baker fox. Naruto roared inside of his mind. That's what the problem was the entire time. I'm a ninja first and a Jinchuriki second. I was trying to outmuscle them the entire time, and while it may have seemed like it was working, they had a tactic. For the love of Kami, these guys have been preparing to take down 8 others just like me. They had to have been prepared in the event of one of us going all out and releasing our demon on them. So what are you saying, boy? Kyuubi questioned to him. Naruto clenched his fist. I need to fight them the way anyone else would fight them, not like a demonic juggernaut. I know I'm a good enough ninja to beat any of them that come my way. I have to believe that. I already beat one of them after all. How hard could the rest be? At that, Naruto felt the ground shake slightly. What the hell? An earthquake. Up here? Not an earthquake. That is the sign of a fight below the surface. Naruto frowned. It's 3 in the morning. Who would be fighting right now? The Kyuubi would have slapped Naruto if it could. I don't know. Maybe someone that didn't want to get caught fighting. Use your head, you fucking simpleton. Now get your ass to the site of the battle and find out what that was. Naruto grit his teeth. Kiss my ass, Kyuubi. Now help me remember the schematics to this place. How do I get underground from here? XXX. The chamber in the sewers that Yujito had led her enemies to was now open-aired after the battle that had taken place. Haiden lay down in a symbol of Jashin with black skin and white markings making him look like a skeleton. He lay still as if he were dead with a spike sticking out of his chest. Kakuzu sat on some nearby rubble from the fight against Yujito as he impatiently watched Haiden's unmoving form. Haiden, it's been 30 minutes. Aren't you done yet? Haiden seemingly sprang back to life as he looked over at his new Nin partner. Oh, shut the hell up, damn it. Don't mess with me while I'm doing the ritual. He reached up and pulled the spike out of his chest. Ouch. Kakuzu sighed as Haiden stood up off of the ground. You do this Jashin ritual stuff every time. Can't you just skip it every once in a while? Haiden dusted himself off and wiped some of his blood off. It might be annoying to you, but it's a part of my religion. It's necessary since we didn't kill the Jinchuriki. He pointed at Yujito, who was pinned by both of her hands to a wall with a long pike. Kakuzu snorted. We're just lucky that she led us so far away from the village in the tunnels that you could get away with this. If no one came for her during that fight, no one will be coming at all. He stood up and began making his way over to Yujito, who was unconscious from her wounds. That cat set you on fire about 3 different times. Heh, that was actually entertaining to watch. Fuck you, Kakuzu. Haiden snapped. That shit actually hurt, you know. I had to jump into the fucking sewer water to put myself out. You could have jumped in any time you wanted, you know. Kakuzu laughed. Oh, I know, and I did if you remember correctly. Haiden grumbled. Asshole. He walked up to Yujito and reached out to grab her from off of the wall when a kunai impaled itself deeply through the hand he reached out with. What the? Get over here. Ninja wire was tied around the ring of the kunai and stiffened out, pulling Haiden back violently up and out of the hole in the top of the open sewer. A blur jumped inside and launched at Kakuzu with a kunai drawn. However, this attack was blocked by Kakuzu's hand, which turned dark as his odd eyes turned down to his opponent. Didn't think we'd be seeing you again so soon, boy. Come to turn yourself in. Naruto grit his teeth and cocked his fist back to punch Kakuzu in the face, getting not even a movement of his head or neck for his trouble as the darkened skin carried over to his face as well. Didn't you learn what Doton, Damu, Earth Release, Earth Spear, could do from our last meeting? Naruto smirked. Yeah, I did. But can you take an explosion up close with your elephant skin? Let's find out. Naruto opened his shirt to reveal 3 quick burning explosive tags stuck to his torso. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the ruined battlefield as Kakuzu sighed from the smoke of the explosion, looking no worse for wear. That's not good enough to get through, boy, he said as he walked towards Naruto, who had taken Yujito off of the wall and was holding her unconscious form bridal style. And now it looks like we're going to get 2 Jinchuriki for the price of 1. My kind of deal. Naruto glared at him as he held Yujito protectively. You won't get either one of us. The last fight wasn't on my terms, it won't go the same this time. Kakuzu laughed loudly. The last fight wasn't on your terms. And what do you call this? Or is 110 pounds of extra dead weight going to give you an advantage here? I suppose you could use her as a battering ram or something. The last time the Ichibi had your back and we were fighting him in the desert at less than full power. What makes you think you have a chance? Who knows? Naruto said, you might walk right through me, take us both, and that would be the end of that. But you might lose something very important along the way. Then again, I might win. That seems like a good enough reason to fight, doesn't it? I might have the chance to save my own life, and even if I lose, you were going to capture me anyway, so it doesn't matter. Heh. Hayden landed back inside of the hole in the ground next to Kakuzu. Did you really think a few dozen of those stupid clones of yours would be able to actually stop me? Naruto shook his head. No, not really, but they weren't meant to, they were just meant to buy me some time. Naruto lowered Yujito to the ground, getting surprised looks out of Kakuzu and Hayden when she stood up, facing them with a smirk on her face before she turned into another copy of Naruto. At that moment, hundreds of Naruto clones surrounded the entrance to the hole, looking down at the 2 Akatsuki members with the swords on their backs drawn. Hayden smirked as he held the scythe in his hand, and here I thought I wasn't going to get a slaughter out of this mission. XXX. The real Naruto had Yujito over his shoulder as he escaped through an exit point under the water in the room Yujito had been fighting in. Hey, the water had to go somewhere, and the grate under the surface of the water had been inconspicuous enough for him to slip away through while his Kichibunshin had been running interference. How long they lasted would be up for debate, but the search for him after they had been taken out would take a little time even if he hadn't covered his tracks and left without a trace. Being a village situated atop a mountain, Kumo had a need to pump water from lower on the mountain and even from places on flat land, vice versa for getting waste and other things off of the mountain. The system setup was large, elaborate, and the most important part, well documented, at least by Danza in the case of war with Kumo. Hey, ninja don't fight fair. If he needed root to poison their water supply in case of prolonged siege, then that was what was going to have to happen. However, in this case it was a swift way to exit the general area swiftly and under the nose of Hayden and Kakuzu. If he had simply attempted to run back to Kumo the way he had come, he would have been overtaken while carrying Yujito. This was taking him so far away from the village it was absurd, but right now, putting distance between them and the Akatsuki members was the most important thing. Naruto ran into another grate. He looked over his shoulder before he started kicking at it, the sound of his foot thudding off of the metal echoing throughout the tunnel. After a series of shots, Naruto finally kicked it off full force, sending it tumbling into the dark. Naruto adjusted Yujito on his shoulder and began running again. "Come on Yuji-chan, you're all right. We're going to get you out of here." Naruto, in the dark of the tunnel, did not see that it dropped off steeply, and he fell down the channel with Yujito in his grasp. XXX. A series of threads simultaneously impaled the bodies of several of Naruto's clones, dispelling them immediately. What an annoying diversion. You have to finish them all off or they might get a lucky shot on you. I'm not losing one of my hearts to a damned bunshin. Hayden scoffed as he placed his scythe on his back after exterminating the last of Naruto's Kichibunshin. That was a complete waste of my time. There wasn't any blood or anything. I'm going to cut that brat's legs off when we catch him. Calm down, Hayden. Once we have him cornered, we'll have him right where we want him. Kakuzu assured him. He won't be able to get very far with the Nibi Jinchuriki as injured as she is. He's going to need to find somewhere to treat her wounds to keep her alive very soon. Hayden growled. He's probably halfway to Kumo by now. We'll never catch him before sunrise. Kakuzu shook his head. If he took the direct path I would be able to catch him, but he's not that stupid. Any other way he could possibly take would lead him far away from Kumo once he escaped here. Hayden let a smile slowly spread across his face. So you're saying that for all we know the little bastard could be miles away from Kumo instead of a hair's breadth away. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's hunt down our Jinchuriki. XXX. Naruto was on his hands and knees panting as he had just pulled himself and Yujito from a water source halfway down the mountain range and was now getting his breath back. Naruto reached over and felt for Yujito's pulse, sighing in relief as he felt a steady one. It was slower than expected, but it was steady. He also felt to make sure she was breathing. Luckily he didn't have her underwater for long enough to have it affect her. Naruto ran a hand through his soaked hair. Goddammit Yuji-chan, wake up. I need you awake. What to do? He could begin the long trek back to Kumo, but any idiot would be able to ambush him on the way and he knew that his enemies were far from stupid. At least Kakuzu was. No one survived to be 91 and a still active ninja by being a damned fool. If he went back to Kumo by himself he was as good as handing Yujito over to them on a silver platter, himself as well. He could try and make it to Unrakyo, the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, but Kyarabi obviously wasn't anywhere near Kumo or else he would have seen /heard him by then. And besides that it was on the other side of the mountain range, he would have to go around the mountain to circumvent a direct path to Kumo, which would have left him as much of a sitting duck as heading straight there would have. Naruto frowned as he looked over Yujito's wounded frame. Her hands had been impaled when she had been pinned to the wall. Her top had multiple slashes all over it, revealing wounds all about her body from Hayden's scythe he presumed, a few stab wounds as well. She had lost a lot of blood. He could feel torn muscles in her calves and biceps and could even feel a floating rib. They had worked her over to put her down. What a mess. What the hell am I going to do? He said as he moved the hair from Yujito's face. Naruto stood up and carefully picked Yujito up before setting out again. Where was there to take her? He needed to get her somewhere to help her. If he just kept going like this without stopping to treat her she might take a turn for the worse. Kyuubi, any ideas? I'm drawing a complete blank here. I'm not used to running away. You need a hiding place and a way to contact someone. You have the means for one of those things, but if you do that here you'll be a beacon for the masked one. He'll feel you generate the chakra from wherever he is. Kyuubi said, as loath as I am to watch you flee like a coward, it is the only option open to you at the moment. It would be 2-on-1 and you have the girl to protect. A fight while Yujito was unconscious and unable to even defend herself would be the worst case scenario. If she would wake up, he could have a better chance. If a fight were to break out, hell, he could pick her brain for somewhere to go that was safe right now if she were awake. You have a base, you know. Kyuubi said suddenly, surprising Naruto. What are you talking about? What base, and how is it my base? Naruto thought to his inner demon. The Kyuubi huffed audibly before responding. What I mean is that there is a root safe house not far from here, I would say 2 hours out. The same one you used years back as a child on your mission in this country. Go there. Naruto's eyes lit up and he looked at Yujito hopefully. Hold on, Yuji-chan. We'll get you some rest and help in just a moment, we just need to find it first. Time passed and the luck that Kyuubi's memory was able to guide Naruto across the mountainside to a safe area held out as Naruto ran in the midst of the fading night with his fellow blonde demon container being carried in his arms. Why isn't she healing? If she were me, at least the wounds on her hands or some of those on her body would have come close to healing up by now, if nothing else. Kyuubi chuckled in Naruto's mind. All Jinchuriki do not share the same traits. Your rapid healing, massive chakra reserves, and immense natural strength and stamina are all results of your bond with me. The female has skills of her own from the Nibi, but you do not share the same attributes attributed to the demons you contain. Damn. Naruto said, I was banking on her being able to heal up without much treatment. I'm no medic. At best all I've got is battlefield medicine skill, and all that will do is keep her alive. She won't be in any condition to fight in case we get attacked again. Naruto kicked a risen rock column, sliding it slightly and revealing a trapdoor hole in the ground that he dropped down in with Yujito before the hole shut, leaving them in the dark area that Naruto navigated by keeping his back against the wall and walking along, keeping his senses aware. As he came through an entryway, a small whooshing noise came before the room was illuminated by numerous candelabra along the rock walls of the room. Naruto laid Yujito down on the ground and slumped against a wall, sinking to the floor next to her. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and unsealed a bedroll as well as a series of prepared packs, reaching for the one with the medical symbol on it. Kit. Kyuubi's voice cut through the silence. Fix the female in a moment, inform someone of the situation for the time being. I will not be captured due to your negligence. Naruto frowned but nodded as he bit his thumb and made the necessary hand seals. Kukiyo's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, XXX. Kumogakyo no Sato sunrise. Daybreak was beginning to show itself in the mountaintop village of Kumogakyo no Sato, and one could find one of the most legendary ninja of his time, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the fierce Toad Sennin, asleep with his entire body lain askew on his futon. As he slumbered through the sunrise, a faint pull in the back of his mind stirred him from his 40 winks. He sat up out of instinct and bit his thumb before making a small set of hand seals before mumbling out his technique, Kukiyo's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, and falling backwards onto his futon once more to remain in the land of the quiescent. A human-sized orange toad with a blue vest appeared in the room, looking around only to see the source of his summoning out cold. Jiraiya, wake up! He shouted, not even getting a twitch of a toe from the man. Seriously, get up already. Naruto's in it deep right now and he needs some help. Jiraiya heard Naruto's name and sat up, still dazed and confused. What? Naruto, huh? What about the Geiki, what's the matter? He rubbed his eyes and noticed the huge toad in his room. Gamekichi, what's going on? Did I summon you? His response was a stream of water from Gamekichi's mouth to his face. What the hell? Are you awake? The young toad asked impatiently. Good. Now listen up. Naruto Nai is trapped outside of Kumo with the Nibi Jinchuriki who is injured. Two Akatsuki guys were here to take her and Nai-chan got her out of there before they could take her. Get up and I'll be able to lead you back to where he summoned me. Jiraiya's face turned serious throughout his explanation of the situation and at the mention of Akatsuki. Let me get dressed and we'll get out of here. XXX. With Naruto and Yujito. Naruto had done all that he was able to for Yujito. He had bandaged as much of her body as he could while allowing her to maintain her modesty, as well as her hands. She still needed a medicine for those because from the damage she had taken he could swear that her hands would have had nerve damage. For the past hour after fixing Yujito up he had been going through his weapons and ninja tools for when Haiden and Kakuzu found them again. When they attacked he would be ready and he had a plan to even the playing field, but he would have to be fast and accurate for it to work. He would only have one shot to make his move and once they knew what he was going for they would never let him pull it off. A change in Yujito's breathing pattern alerted him to her regaining consciousness. Welcome back Yuji-chan. Naruto said with a smile, we almost lost you there for a moment. Yujito's eyes opened and slowly widened once she heard Naruto's voice. Naruto-kun. What about the two Akatsuki guys, did you beat them? Naruto laughed humorlessly, I wish it was going to be that easy. All I could do was get you out of there and run away. They messed you up, it looked bad, there was blood everywhere. Yujito smirked, would you believe me if I said that most of it wasn't mine? She painfully tried to sit up only for Naruto to gently push her back down. Naruto-kun. Naruto gave her a stern look as he took his hand off of her. You're staying down. You're not me, you don't get over injuries in a flash. You still need actual medical treatment, all I did was patch you together enough to keep you in one piece. Yujito pulled herself up and sat next to him against the wall. I'm a jounin and I'm older than you. You're not in any position to tell me to do anything. Naruto simply stared at her dryly before poking her in the side, smirking when he got a yelp of pain out of her. What were you saying? I could hold you down with a kichibunshin the way you are. You'd be next to useless in a battle. Yujito glared at him, getting him to roll his eyes. The entire point of me showing up in the first place was to keep you from being caught. If you get right back up and fight them again then this was for nothing. Yujito's eyes softened, one of them can't die. All of the blood that you said you saw, most of it was his. You were right, they are monsters. The one guy couldn't die and the other. She rubbed her bruised cheek, I've never been hit so hard in my entire life. They took me on when I was using the Nibi's full power. And that was your mistake. Naruto said to her, I went three tails when I fought Haiden and Kakuzu the first time because it worked on somebody else I had fought. But you aren't going to brute force these guys, you have to stop fighting like the demon that you carry and start fighting like the ninja that you're supposed to be. When a group of people dedicate themselves to capturing demons you have to believe that they are prepared to handle way more demonic power than you can pump through your body. Yujito raised an eyebrow at her blonde comrade in arms, so your plan is to? She questioned. Naruto grinned at her, fight like an elite shinobi, with control, skill, and finesse. I'm not going to bully these guys, and I'm going to get hurt to win. A chuckle came from him, that's if I win at all. But who cares? You fought, you lost, if I lose then it won't really matter because we'll both be dead, right? Yujito's sweat dropped. That's really dark, Naruto-kun. Naruto shrugged. Battlefield humor, Yuji-chan. All battlefield humor is dark by nature. She pouted and leaned against Naruto's shoulder. I'm still fighting though. You won't beat them alone. 2 Jinchuriki are better than 1, and I said I was going to protect you, didn't I? Naruto shook his head amusedly. And where's the chivalry there? Well, if you're dead set on fighting, get as much rest as you can, because they'll find us sooner rather than later, and I want you able to at least throw a kunai straight. Yujito shut her eyes and wrapped her arms around herself. Just don't hold me back, Naruto-kun. I don't want to have to save your ass during the fight. Like I saved yours. He quipped as he found his own eyes slowly closing. Kiss my ass. Yujito mumbled. Naruto smirked with his eyes closed. Maybe after we get out of this, Yuji-chan. Naruto never saw the blush fill Yujito's face from his comment. XXX. With Hayden and Kakuzu. Where is that fucking brat? Hayden yelled as he and Kakuzu made their way across the mountainous wilderness of the area around Kumo. We're in the middle of nowhere. One other guy and a billy goat have passed anywhere near us, and that's it. Kakuzu thought to himself while his partner continued to gripe. He isn't running towards or away from Kumo. He's hiding now. Instead of running and eventually getting caught like he knew he was going to, he found somewhere to hide to wait us out. Kakuzu chuckled. Desperate, isn't he? Hayden looked at him strangely. Hiding? Where could he possibly be hiding? I'm certain that Kumo wouldn't allow places like that so close to their village. We're not even 40 miles away. Are you sure the kid isn't just on the run? Kakuzu nodded. I'm absolutely positive, because it's the better option to hide right now. And every village has a few cracks in its security system. We got in after all, didn't we? Hayden laughed. Yeah, but all we did was just kill all of the guards. We basically walked right through the front gate. He continued to laugh even harder, and now there aren't even any pitiful guards to try and stop us. The two men continued their search across the mountain for Naruto and Yujito. Kakuzu grunted. We have to find and capture them soon. It won't take long until Kumo finds out that something is amiss and they find the ruins from our fight with their Jinchuriki. Then it would be too risky to stay any longer. XXX. Kumo Gakyo no Sato Reikige's office. What do you mean Yujito is gone? A roared, slamming his fists into his desk and pulverizing it. How could someone just get away with Yujito right under our noses? And no one was the wiser about the whole situation. The Reikige's assistant didn't flinch in the face of her enraged commander. Darue and C found the signs of a major battle just outside of Kumo. However, there was no indication of exactly where she or her attacker had gone after the struggle ended. Oh, the Yondaime Reikage felt like punching a few new holes in his office. Who the hell could do something like this to Yujito? And this is terrible timing. Kyarabi isn't in the village right now either. We need to scatter our forces and search for her immediately. How can she just vanish? Because my apprentice is with her. Jiraiya said as he cracked the door to the office. Naruto is with her. I turned a glare to Jiraiya, barely holding back his killing intent. And you would know this how? It's too much of a coincidence that the day after you send me a warning about a group that kidnaps Jinchuriki, our own gets taken. Jiraiya's eyes took on a hardened glance at the towering Kage. Don't begin to insinuate what you're thinking. Naruto is keeping her away from the people that attempted to take her. He's stuck somewhere outside of Kumo by himself, keeping her hidden until someone can find him. However, if he finds himself in a fight, he will be at a decided disadvantage. There are two of them, and he's alone with your wounded Jounin. Then what are we waiting for? I said, lead my forces to your student and Yujito so that we can keep them safe. Jiraiya sighed and leaned against the doorway. I wish it were that simple, but my toads aren't much for tracking. And if you couldn't find any trail of them either, then that means Naruto did too good of a job of covering his tracks when he escaped. I can't really blame him given the circumstances though. I looked over at his assistant. Send out the order to scatter our forces out along the countryside to look for Yujito Nii and Naruto Uzumaki. Stop and question anyone in sight that is traveling in that area. His assistant nodded and exited the office in a hurry to relay his orders to Kumo's shinobi force. I turned his attention to Jiraiya, who still stood in the doorway, utterly serious. How legitimate a chance do you think the two of them have by themselves out there? It depends. Jiraiya simply stated, it depends on whether or not the Geiki is sick of playing the victim and switches over to playing executioner. A groan came from Jiraiya's mouth at that moment, and for my sake he'd better turn into the executioner quick, or else Tsunad's going to castrate me barehanded if he gets himself caught. XXX. With Naruto and Yujito 2 hours later. Yujito was seated with a heated face as she had her shirt off and her back turned to Naruto. Are you done yet, Naruto-kun? This is embarrassing and the ink is cold. Naruto was drawing a major array on Yujito's back, one that matched the one that was currently drawn on his bare chest. A circular formation around his heart, a trail of kanji leading from his heart to the other side of his chest, and an overlapping straight trail resembling a DNA helix ending in a significantly larger kanji surrounded by another circular array. Just keep holding still. You're lucky I can do this on your back too, or else I'd be getting a primo view right now. Be lucky that I'm not Ero Sennin, or I wouldn't have even given you the option. Naruto-kun. And I don't even know who that is. Yujito said indignantly, besides, we're in the middle of something serious here. Naruto grinned as he continued to make his seal on Yujito's back. Oh come on Yuji-chan. It's just you and me, we're all alone in this dark, hidden cavern, you're shirtless, I'm shirtless, we're about to die more or less. If there's anything you want from me, then now's the time to ask. He hinted, wagging his eyebrows. Fine. Yujito said, seething and blushing hard, what I want is for you shut the hell up and finish this seal so I'm not worthless when the fight starts. Now hurry up and stop flirting with me. Naruto held back his laughter so that he could focus on the task at hand. Sorry. But if you knew who my sensei was, and you knew what he was really like firsthand, you would know why I'm hitting on you. Naruto placed his brush next to his ink and looked over his handiwork, nodding as he cut his palm and placed a pre-made seal tag on her back. All right, this was done with my ink, so it should be super effective. More so than usual. Why? Yujito questioned as she looked over her shoulder to see Naruto slowly making hand seals. Naruto continued to slowly work his way through his memorized hand seals, because my blood is a very potent medium for sealing ink, and that's what I put in all of my ink. Now then, Fua Injutsu, Chikura Takuwa Ryukuriru, sealing technique, stored chakra transfer. Naruto finished his seals and clapped his hands together before placing them on the seal he had placed on Yujito's back. The array faded from Naruto's heart to the circle array he had drawn on the other side as the seal on the tag started glowing. From that point the small circular array on Yujito's back glowed and faded all the way down to the point on her heart where that array began to glow. The light lasted for a few moments before dying out and allowing the seal to fade. Naruto pulled the blank seal tag from Yujito's back and moved away from her, and that should be that. You can go ahead and put your shirt back on, Yuji-chan, or feel free not to. Either way is good with me. Yujito growled at him and put her shirt back on before whipping her still loose hair out of her face. Pervert. But thanks. I feel like I have all of my chakra back. Naruto chuckled, you'd better have all of your chakra back, as much as I used to pump into those things for storage. I only brought one though, so try not to run out of chakra again. Will do. Yujito said, I'm as ready as I'm going to be for them the next time. Yujito said, gingerly feeling at her ribs with her wounded hands. She made hand seals and frowned at the speed her fingers were moving at. Fuck. I've got stupid hands. Naruto shook his head, it's probably nerve damage. We really need to get you to a medic. His face switched moods as he looked up, never mind. I guess banking on someone to come and get us before they did was asking too much. Naruto resealed his supplies and placed the scrolls in his pockets before slinging his sword over his back as he started making his way to the exit. Yujito grabbed his arm and turned him around abruptly, pulling him towards her. Before he could even respond, Yujito's lips covered his for what seemed like an eternity but was in reality 30 seconds. Yujito released the kiss and grabbed Naruto by his collar. That was just because I wanted to, not a last act to release regret, understood? We're not going to lose this time. Naruto nodded and pulled her hands away from his collar, holding them in his and rubbing the backs of them softly with his thumbs. If it starts looking bad, you cut out and run towards Kumo as fast as you can, got it? If I go down, you leave immediately. You don't try to get me away from them, you don't even try to fight them. You run. Yujito opened her mouth to dispute when he cut her off. You run. Yujito's response died in her mouth and she simply sighed, okay Naruto-kun. I'll run. Naruto nodded once more, good, now let's get this over with. XXX. Hayden kicked aside some loose rock while Kakuzu simply looked around calmly. Are you sure this is where they are? Kakuzu glared at his partner. I wouldn't have dragged us over here if I wasn't. He thinks his Kichibunshin were so well hidden, the little bastards never saw it coming. They were his lookouts, his security measures, and that means he's around here somewhere. The area was a relatively flat rock field, lots of uprisen formations and no flora about, nothing but hard earth. Taking Kakuzu's word for it at face value, Hayden pulled his amulet from around his neck and closed his eyes as he began to pray for forgiveness, as he was not allowed to kill Naruto or Yujito in the forthcoming battle. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Skill. A pair of hands locked themselves around Hayden's ankles and pulled him under the solid rock, leaving him stuck up to his neck. Naruto came out of the ground directly in front of him. What the fuck is the big idea, you low-life heathen? I was praying to Jashin-sama. Naruto drew his sword from his back. Sorry, I don't really fight fair. Before he could attempt anything on Hayden, a series of black threads tried to impale him where he stood, forcing him to begin dodging as he saw the threads drive through rock, and knew from his clone's experiences that they were very dangerous. Kakuzu's threads were chasing after Naruto from under the sleeves of his coat as he tried steering the young Chunin away from his partner. Even though there wasn't anything he could do to actually kill Hayden, putting him back together after Naruto did whatever he was going to try and do was still going to be a pain in the ass. As he attacked Naruto, a hole opened up in the ground behind him, revealing Yujito, who jumped out and threw a kick at his head that he dodged. Yujito followed up upon landing back on the ground and threw a set of shuriken at him that made him jump into the air in order to dodge. Fuatan, Rapushao, Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. A wind from Naruto changed the trajectory of the shuriken that Yujito threw to rising above Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw this and sighed, not again. Yujito made a few hand seals before calling out her jutsu, Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. From the shuriken flying overhead, bursts of electricity snapped down at Kakuzu, who was able to avoid every attack. He had already seen this jutsu in the desert against Naruto, and his was far deadlier in its usage. Hayden wriggled and squirmed as hard as he could to free himself, but the ground wasn't loosening up. It wasn't soil, it was solid rock, and he cursed Naruto for taking advantage of his rituals to get such a cheap shot on him. Kakuzu outlasted the lightning jutsu from Yujito and dashed towards her, who in her injured state was unable to stay out of Kakuzu's speedy clutches and wound up grasped by the throat by the tall missing nin. Yujito clutched at his outstretched arm as she felt him rob her of her oxygen. You were very aggravating to run down. Do you know that? His monologue was cut off from going any further by Naruto attempting to run him through with his sword. Kakuzu shifted out of the way and threw a kick at Naruto, who moved his sword to take the kick that still managed to push him back roughly 15 feet before he was able to ground his feet to a stop. Just how strong is this son of a bitch? He's just as strong as me, and he's got the size to bully me around if it comes to that. Yujito was still in Kakuzu's chokehold and tried fighting him off by trying to dislocate his outstretched elbow with punches, but he used his free hand to hit her in the body, robbing her of even more air and forcing her to cough up blood. After delivering the hit to her, she burst into smoke, and Kakuzu found himself holding Naruto around the neck instead, and he was none too pleased. Naruto brought his blade down and cleaved the arm of Kakuzu off, freeing himself, only to find that Kakuzu's arm quickly reattached itself due to a thick bulk of black threads that reconnected the two segments of his arm. Yujito was gasping for breath over by herself behind the cover of rock, with protection from two of Naruto's Kichibunshin. Cough cough I think he was right about the whole boogeyman of the ninja world thing. Kami, what a monster. She held her neck gingerly, feeling the bruise that simply being in Kakuzu's grip left. So that's the Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear. Naruto said as he set himself back in a ready stance to face off with Kakuzu. At least now I know what to call those thread things of yours after our first encounter. Kakuzu shook his head. Listen, kid. We've wasted enough time getting the Nibi. We're already late, so how about this? You simply let us take her and we'll let you go for now. We can't seal your Baiju until last anyway, so we can just pretend we never encountered you. You don't even need to fight. Naruto kept his eyes locked on Kakuzu. I could do that, some would say that I should do that, but I'm not going to. You either take me and Yujai-chan, or you don't get either one of us. And either way you're in for one hell of a fight. I won't just let you have her. Fair enough. Kakuzu said before his skin turned dark and he launched a punch at Naruto extended with his threads. Naruto dodged the punch and ran in at Kakuzu, who blocked his follow-up slash with his bare hands. Naruto growled as his sword was caught in Kakuzu's grasp. That same damn move again. Why mess with what works, brat? Kakuzu said, obviously amused. That's lesson number 1 for punks like you that want to survive to be older than 30. Naruto tugged in vain to free his sword from Kakuzu's grip, surviving older than 30. That doesn't sound very fun. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand and attempted to place it on Kakuzu's arm to help him free the Sennenki no Ken. However, when Kakuzu heard the crackling of electricity, he let go of Naruto and got away from him, landing next to Hayden, who was still trapped. Naruto moved over towards the rock formation where Yujito was with his clones, still recovering, surviving until I'm as old as you without anyone knowing who I am with mere name association defeats the purpose of my goal, and as long as I achieve it I could care less how old I am when I die. Besides, it's better to burn out than to fade away like you, Kakuzu. When I kill you, only a handful of people will even get the reference. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at Naruto and sent his black thread into the ground around Haiden's head, loosening the rock around him. Ow! You stabbed me, damn it! That fucking hurt, you bastard! I don't stab you to free you, do I? Haiden bellowed. Kakuzu pulled him out abruptly. Shut up, Haiden. First of all, I never get captured in the first place. Second of all, if you stabbed me I would tear you apart and sew you back together backwards. And lastly of all, I'm sick of playing around with these brats. We take them down, now. Haiden licked his lips anxiously. Now you're talking my language, ragdoll. Get over here, brat. The silver-haired Nukenin rushed at Naruto, drawing his three-bladed scythe from his back and swinging it once he found Naruto within the long weapon's range. Naruto started parrying the strokes of the scythe with his sword only to realize that the scythe was obscenely dangerous. It didn't take much for that thing to cut him, but it wasn't as deadly as it could be, like killing him wasn't really the point of using the weapon. After a ducked swing of his weapon, Haiden lifted it to block an incoming set of shuriken from Yujito, who threw from behind cover. Naruto took advantage of this and stabbed his sword into Haiden's foot, pinning him in place before pulling out a kunai and driving it down into his other foot to immobilize him. Haiden swatted Naruto back with the pole end of his scythe but was unable to do anything else to follow up, as simply that movement caused him to lose his balance. Naruto growled and grabbed onto the arm holding Haiden's scythe, keeping his other hand free to pound the daylights out of the Akatsuki member. Naruto was stopped from pulverizing Haiden when Kakuzu kicked him in the side, sending him flying off of his partner. Kakuzu pulled both weapons from Haiden's feet and tossed them aside, and once again I step in to save you from certain doom. Start thinking before you put your attacks together. Haiden spit blood from his mouth and worked his jaw with his hand. Shut the hell up, Kakuzu. All that did was piss me off. That punk can't kill me and you know it, he's just wasting his own time. Naruto bounced off of the side of the rock and landed next to Yujito and his clones. He groaned and shook off the cobwebs as he looked over at Yujito. Do you feel any better, Yuji-chan? Yujito pulled him up into a seated position. My ribs are sore, but I'm okay. What about you? Naruto rubbed his side. Why the fuck does Kakuzu hit so hard? It's like getting nailed by a hammer. One of Naruto's clones peered over the rock and paled. Boss. You might want to move right now. It then dispelled so that he could relay what he saw without saying anything, and Naruto got the message instantly. The blonde male Jinchuriki picked up his older female counterpart and beat a hasty retreat from the formation just in time to see it pulverized by a small fireball that erupted into a torrent right where they were just sitting. Naruto cringed at the feeling of getting burned alive by the ninjutsu that had engulfed his clones. Naruto set Yujito down and looked over at Kakuzu, who had called out one of his thread creatures with the mask on its face. However, it looked very different from the one he had fought in the desert, but that was not the point. The point was that it was now effectively 3-on-2 and one of the two was hurt. Can you generate any of the Nibi's chakra safely? We need some more kick to our attacks. Naruto asked. Yujito nodded. Yeah, but when using all of the Nibi's chakra I can't use any jutsu. Naruto rolled his eyes. Then don't use all of the Nibi's chakra. Just pull out enough to make these guys sweat at your speed and power. You do get faster when you use the Nibi's chakra, don't you? Yujito hit him on the arm. Duh, Naruto-kun. Well then turn up the heat already. We need an edge here. Naruto yelled as he dug deep and pulled out a tail of Kyuubi's chakra. I start overloading stuff at 2 tails, and at 3 tails there's only one normal jutsu I can really use. A blue aura wrapped around Yujito's body. However, instead of looking like a tail the way Naruto's did, it took the appearance of a still burning flame. I only have 2 tails to work with in the first place. She looked over at Naruto. So do you have anything in your repertoire to let them know this is serious? Naruto grinned at her. Do you? Both Jinchuriki grinned evilly and began generating massive amounts of their respective chakra while making hand seals. Kaiten, Karyuuden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Missile. Fuatan, Kamikaze Hashira, Wind Release, God Wind Pillars. The call for Kumo's shinobi to fan out and search the countryside for Yujito had gone out, and a 3-man team had come to a stop to get their bearings of their surroundings as they sat on a boulder to take a rest. Man. A dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair and a white one-shoulder Kumo flak jacket over his high-collared, sleeveless Kumo uniform said. On his left and right arms he had the kanji for lightning and water tattooed, and on his back he had a large cleaver blade. These guys were able to get Yujito. How is Reikage-sama sure she's still around here? We don't have a trace of her presence at all. Calm down, Derue. A young blonde man with a sleeveless black shirt, black pants, his white one-shoulder Kumo flak jacket, elbow-length arm guards, and red and white shin guards replied, if she's anywhere around Kumo I'll be able to find her. No problem. Derue sighed, I know she, but what if she isn't? He was cut off when a series of large rising pillars of flame shot into the sky before merging into one massive torrent of fire. What the hell was that? The blonde man, she, stood up abruptly with a serious look on his face. I don't know, but the chakra that thing is pumping out is one hell of a beacon for me to follow. Derue rose to his feet watching the unnatural flaming structure. You think it's Yujito? She snickered. Do you know anyone else that pumps that much chakra into their jutsu? He stopped laughing and motioned for them to move. Jia, get one of your messenger lizards to Reikage-sama fast, we've got to get moving. The man named Jia, a bald, dark-skinned man with sunglasses and his Kumo hitiet on his head, and apparel similar to the rest of his teammates, finished writing a small message on a scroll that he gave to a small lizard. Get this to Reikage-sama, coordinates on Yujito's possible position. XXX. What if Yujito got taken by a cultist group that worships the Nibi and want to free its spirit to get its revenge on Kumo for imprisoning it for so many years? A white-haired dark-skinned boy with a sucker in his mouth pondered. Shut up with your overthinking crap. His dark-skinned, red-haired teammate replied, me and Samue are getting sick of hearing your bullshit theories on what happened to Yujito. All we have to do is find her now. Mind on the mission. Were visibly deflated. You don't have to be so angry about it, Karue. He then perked back up. But you are acting kind of defensive. Is there something you would like to tell us? Like maybe what you did with Yujito? His answer was a fist to the head. Ow. Karue glared at him. I'm running out of patience with you. Now focus or I'll break your jaw and shut you up for good. Samue looked back at her teammates that she was leading. Both of you focus. No one has been able to find a sliver of a clue about her whereabouts or even who took her. We're operating blind here. A faint sound of explosion rang out before a series of rising pillar of flames came into view in the distance. Were pointed lamely in that direction. Not anymore. Karue stared at the ever-growing infernos as they seemed to merge together and grow larger. Kami, what on earth did that? I'll give you one guess. Samue was already on the move towards that area with Karue and Were right with her. XXX. with Naruto and Yujito. Yujito and Naruto's fire and wind ninjutsu had combined and caused a major upswell of fire in the form of a towering tornado that burned the entire environment, leaving the already barren landscape utterly lifeless and scarred with cinder. Fueton, data pa, wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto rid the general area around him and Yujito of all of the smoke and charred debris scattered about from their combination attack. I think we were standing way too close to that, he said as he wiped the blackness from the heat off of his face. Yujito, covered in soot, cleared out her lungs with a few coughs as well. You think? Did we get them? Naruto shook his head. Not a chance in hell. He tried peering through the leftover smoke but kept on his toes as he knew their respective chakra cloaks made them beacons to Haiden and Kakuzu. I cut one of their heads off last time we fought and he still kept coming. If it was going to be as easy as spamming a big-ass fireball, then wouldn't you have been able to beat them alone? Yujito bristled at the remark, but look at this, she said as the land around them was colored black due to the intensity of the flames they generated. That had to do something. That would have put one of us down for the count for sure. Naruto remained silent as they walked along the smoldering battlefield and reached to his back only to gasp in surprise before realization set in. Fuck. They disarmed me before we did that combination. As a substitute, he pulled out a kunai and held it in a reverse grip for defensive purposes as they continued along the area. There should be bodies, a charm mark, something to let us know we got them. There was no way they got out of that one, Yujito said as her chakra cloak billowed around her. Yujito channeled the Nibi's chakra to her eyes to assist her seeing through the smoke. She wordlessly pointed off in a direction that she and Naruto then followed to find Haiden leaning against a wall breathing heavily. The top of his Akatsuki cloak had burned and stuck to his skin in certain places, and from the view of many other part of his skin it was clear that much of his front took intense third-degree burns from Naruto and Yujito's combined ninjutsu. From the way he was shaking, Yujito figured that he was in shock from his injuries. You're still alive. I'm surprised. Naruto held his kunai up high. I'm not. Where's your partner? Yujito looked at Naruto. Look at this guy Naruto. Just because he survived doesn't mean the other one did. This guy is on his last legs himself, so why would you? You fucking bastards. Haiden roared as he threw his scythe at Yujito. Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the way of the incoming blade. You're both really pissing me off. It's getting really hard for me to not flat out want to kill you two. Especially you girly, we already beat you once. Yujito glared at him harshly. How are you still alive and able to move? That should be agonizing. Oh, it is. Haiden assured her, but you've got to hit harder than that to stop me. I'm immortal, bitch. You know, I can't die. The punk-ass brat next to you should know better than you. Naruto sighed. Yuji-chan, I told you that I cut his head off and he still cursed me out and kept coming. Naruto let go of her. Now where the hell is your partner? Haiden smirked. Would you believe me if I said that you killed him? He chuckled as Naruto gave him a dry look. I didn't think you would, neither did he. Raiten, Jin, lightning release, false darkness. Naruto and Yujito moved aside as a spear of lightning cut into the ground where they were standing. Both Jinchuriki split apart to avoid the jutsu but found a flaw with their plan of evasion when the bolt of lightning branched out and followed them both. The solid rock of Kumo's mountain range was effortlessly carved into by the force of the arcing lightning. One chance to get this thing off of me, Naruto said as he formed hand seals on the move and crossed his arms in an X to finish. Fueton, Senpua Keikasui, wind release, whirlwind pyramid. A sudden wind kicked up around Naruto's body, strong enough to deflect the quick and forceful lightning attack off to the side, effectively ending the threat it posed him and allowing him to move back in to continue fighting. He was cut off from rejoining and assisting Yujito by Haiden appearing in front of him with his scythe drawn for attack. Naruto grit his teeth in anger at being diverted by the immortal berserker. Do you even know any ninjutsu or genjutsu at all? Haiden smirked. Nope, just one really. I'm pretty straightforward, you know what you're going to get with me, but does that mean you can stop it? Haiden started swinging at Naruto, who found it difficult to dodge due to the angles of Haiden's strikes. It was clear he was used to fighting people with extreme dexterity, as his attacks were tailor-made for opponents that were far more mobile than he was. Naruto barely diverted a slash from Haiden's scythe with the kunai in his hand, but seeing how close he came to actually taking a cut from the wicked weapon, he needed to get that damn thing away from him. Haiden attempted a cross slash that Naruto stopped by grabbing onto the pole of the weapon with both hands before it could impale him. Haiden kicked low at Naruto's shin, disrupting his balance and his grip. Haiden butted the pole into Naruto's face and knocked him back before swinging at him again. Naruto ducked, losing a few stray hairs in the process and pissing off Haiden further. Just bleed already, damn it. What do I have to do to draw blood on you? Aim better for one. Naruto said as his fist collided with Haiden's scythe pole in an attempt to hit the man in the face. He dropped low for a kick, but Haiden shifted the scythe to block him again and kicked him backwards across the ground, a kick that Naruto easily recovered from. For second you need to be faster. Meanwhile Yujito was still dodging Kakuzu's Raiten. Jun, how long can he hold this jutsu for? He must have the reserves of 6 shinobi to keep this up for so long. Using the Nibi's chakra kept her a step ahead of the lightning due to her not having a defensive jutsu the likes of Naruto that was strong against lightning ninjutsu. Where is it even coming from? I can't even see the guy firing it. Yujito sharply abstracted her forward motion with a back handspring and started moving closer to the source of the lightning through the smoke that was still hanging around the battlefield. She played a dangerous game by twisting around the dangerous attack and dodging its branching stems of electricity that tried hitting her as she ran. She eventually found the source of the lightning in another one of Kakuzu's black thread creatures with a mask. As she caught sight of the creature, it broke off its attack and sent out some of the threads that composed its body to ensnare her. Yujito turned up the heat of her blue, protective, flaming chakra cloak to keep them from touching her. I'm so tired of you Akatsuki assholes. She got back out of range of Kakuzu's mask and opened her mouth, channeling chakra all the while. Kaiten, Rizorihari, fire release, laser beam. Yujito fired a thin, straight, narrow red laser from her mouth that instantly impacted off of the mask of the creature and burned a hole right through, coming out the back of it and continuing on to burn a deep hole into the side of the mountain. Kakuzu's masked creature immediately collapsed in a quivering mass of black thread as the mask that signified its face cracked. You troublesome upstarts. Yujito turned her head at the sound of Kakuzu's voice. You brats destroyed 2 of my hearts with your last 2 attacks. Kakuzu no longer had his Akatsuki cloak on, instead he had on a black sleeveless shirt revealing muscle tone and visible stitches that carried all across his body. The mask was now vacant from his face and showed that he had shoulder-length brown hair and stitches around the edges of his mouth. Yujito narrowed her eyes at him. What the hell do you mean 2 of your hearts? Kakuzu turned around to show her 3 masks sewn into his back, one of them cracked, and a vacant spot that looked like it used to be filled. the mask you just destroyed was my lightning heart, and that combination jutsu you and the Kyuubi boy launched destroyed my earth heart. Mask. Heart. Yujito thought before her eyes widened. Each one of those masks is a heart. You have 5 hearts. Had. Kakuzu corrected, I had 5 hearts before I fought you and the boy. Now I have 3. But that is of no real consequence, I'll simply have to replace them after we capture the 2 of you. We are in Kuminari no Kuni, I'm certain I can find a replacement lightning element heart somewhere. Yujito smirked, so you're not really immortal. All I have to do is kill you 3 more times before you're gone for good, right? Kakuzu chuckled at the simplified plan of action. You say it like it's going to be easy, little girl. Hayden, get over here. He shouted to his partner, who was still swiping furiously at Naruto, who was shocked that he was still able to move at that intensity after attacking for as long as he had been. I'm a bit busy right now, Kakuzu. Hayden yelled back as he carried on with his assault on Naruto. This kid's going to get sluggish soon and then it's game over for him. Naruto scoffed and kept narrowly avoiding Hayden's attacks, noticing that the silver-haired man was beginning to get his timing down and had stopped openly telegraphing his attacks. Please, if you're waiting on me to get tired just from moving around like this, you'll be here for the next 3 days. That was a lot of bluster, because at this rate Hayden was going to inevitably hit him. He was adapting to Naruto's style of movement very well, he had to give him that, and the way he kept coming forward was annoying enough to press other shinobi into making mistakes. As Hayden got tunnel vision on getting a shot in on Naruto, he failed to notice Yujito come at him from his blind spot, narrowly sliding out of the way of a kick from the girl, only to end up eating a haymaker from Naruto right in the mouth that sent him flying at least 30 yards away due to the Kyuubi's chakra giving Naruto's considerable natural strength a boost. Yujito landed at Naruto's side and smirked at him. Good shot, Naruto-kun. Naruto shook his right hand out. Yeah, it was. It took long enough for the Tom to drop his guard. Naruto looked at the fist he used to hit Hayden when he felt it stinging and saw a small cut on his knuckle, but shrugged it off as irrelevant. Yujito, however, looked at his knuckle in abject horror. What's the matter, Yuji-chan? She looked over at Hayden, who was slowly getting up. Did he cut you? Naruto looked at his fist. Yeah, I must have cut my hand on his teeth when I punched him or something. No. Yujito said hopelessly. Yes. Jutsu, Shiji Hyaukitsu, Curse Jutsu, Death Controlling Possessed Blood. Hayden said victoriously as he stood up, his skin now marked black with white outline that made him look like a skeleton. As he reached his feet, he revealed a red symbol similar to the one around his neck drawn into the ground. And now you lose, brat. Naruto rolled his eyes. What is this asshole babbling about? Nothing is any different than it was 2 minutes ago. You're still an immortal douche and you still haven't gotten a decent hit on me yet, and now I'm going to finish tearing you apart. Naruto made a set of hand seals and placed his palms on the ground. Raiten, Kaksen no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Live Wire Jutsu. Lightning raced from Naruto's hands along the ground towards Hayden, who did nothing to move. Instead of moving, Hayden slowly began laughing, and when the jutsu hit him and began electrocuting him, his laughter turned downright manic and insane. Naruto wondered why he was cackling away like a lunatic until he saw the jutsu hit Hayden, and then he felt as if he had been the one to take the hit, as he felt the muscle stiffening effect of the electricity that should have been coursing through Hayden's body. His vision went spotty as the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Naruto-kun. Yujito watched Naruto drop to the ground as his frame began to smoke. She tried helping him to his feet only to take a subtle aftershock as Naruto's body was still able to complete a life circuit. Again she tried and succeeded in picking him up to his feet as he leaned on her. What the fuck just happened? Naruto asked, still out of it. Yujito shook her head, that was how they beat me. They ended up getting a wound on me, that guy ingested my blood, and then everything that happened to his body happened to me in return. Naruto glared at Hayden, you think this is going to stop me, you son of a bitch? Hayden licked his lips, I know this is going to stop you. He drew a pike from his ruined cloak and extended it to full length, I owe you a few wounds, brat. Hayden stabbed the pike into his left foot, delighting as he heard Naruto shout in pain. Blood started coming out of a phantom wound on Naruto's foot. He shouted in pain again and collapsed back to the ground when Hayden stabbed the other foot. Hayden dug the pike into his foot and ground it around, sighing in relief at the pain he was inflicting on himself and Naruto. Come on Kyuubi brat, don't tell me this is all you can take. We're just starting to get acquainted. Sharing utter physical anguish like this lets me bond with my victims, so don't give up yet, give me some fight. Naruto stood back up, ignoring the wounds in his foot, is that the best you've got, you talentless piece of shit? Naruto growled out, I can sleepwalk through this. Yujito hissed at Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Naruto turned to Yujito with his eyes shadowed by his hair, he can't kill me. As long as he can't kill me, he can't stop me. There's nothing he himself can do to himself to actually stop me. This is where my demented physical training is going to come into handy. Naruto started breaking out in a run towards Hayden, actually surprising the man that he was able to do so. His surprise faded quickly as he drove the pike into the meat of his own thigh to bring Naruto's advance to a stop with their link. Yujito grit her teeth at Naruto's desperate attempt to reach Hayden and turned her anger to Kakuzu, who was smirking at the sight of Naruto's struggle. I told him to just let us have you and we would leave him alone. He brought this on himself. That got her attention, why would he do that? I'm not even a ninja of his village. Would he really put himself in harm's way like that for me? Our villages aren't even allies. Kakuzu shrugged, that's what I said, but he said if we wanted you we had to take you both, and I don't have any problems with that. Kakuzu clapped his hands and motioned towards himself in a patronizing fashion, here kitty kitty. Yujito was within a hair of going full Nibi and attempting to tear him apart when Naruto yelled out to her, Yuji-chan, you'd better remember what I said to you, goddammit. She turned to him to see him picking himself up off of the ground, get fucking moving already. Yujito shook her head to him, getting Naruto to sneer at her, that wasn't an option. Naruto threw a massive kunai that spread all around, some nearly hitting Yujito and some nearly hitting Kakuzu. The unmasked Nuke-nin openly laughed at the blonde boy, what was that? You too disoriented and faint to throw your weapons anymore? Kiss my ass, Scarface. Naruto said as he made hand seals, Raiten, Denkai, lightning release, electric field. Kakuzu found himself encased in a roughly shaped dome of electric chakra. You threw those kunai too? That's right, dumbass. Naruto said as he held the seals for the jutsu, who throws kunai that badly and lives this long. He turned to Yujito, now I'm not asking you Yujito, I'm telling you. Get the fuck out of here and find someone to help you. Tears started pushing to Yujito's eyes, you can't tell me you're just going to give up, that you're going to lose to them here. Naruto smiled weakly and shook his head, it was never about winning or losing, Yuji-chan. Go. Yujito stood in place for a moment before taking off back towards Kumogakyo. Kakuzu tried to force his way through the barrier only to bounce off, getting a little electric shock for his troubles. So what's your plan, boy? To keep me trapped here? To keep us trapped here? We're the ones that have you at our mercy, not the other way around. Naruto smirked at him. You're right, so why doesn't Hayden just leave and chase her down so that you and me can have it out? There's nothing keeping him there. Hell, he can even stab at me while we're fighting, can't he? Just by attacking himself. Naruto's smirk turned to a manic grin. Unless he has to stay right where he is to keep his little link to me. Am I right? He shouted at both Akatsuki members. Shut up, brat! Hayden yelled back, and he dug his pike back into his thigh, bringing Naruto to his knees. Naruto's laughing fit hit a hitch when he took the damage that Hayden dealt out, but it came right back. No matter what you two do, there's no way I'm letting go of this jutsu. You both know I have the chakra to hold you here for as long as I want. Hayden can't move because the second he moves I will unleash all hell on him. And every second I hold you there, Kakuzu Yuji-chan gets farther and farther away. Kakuzu glared at his electric prison. You think you've won? You think this is over? Naruto shook his head. No, I don't think I've won. At best this is the ultimate stalling tactic. But it's better than letting you get us both. Even if you catch me, you said it yourself that you have to wait to seal the Kyuubi last, so that gives time for a rescue attempt. And to even seal me you have to at least catch Gaara, recatch Yuji-chan, and I'm not even going to mention Kyarabi. If you can put him down, then you deserve to take the Kyuubi. So what you said to the girl? Kakuzu pieced together, about how it was never about winning or losing. Naruto nodded. It was never about winning or losing, it was about surviving. And I'd say that we're both going to survive this one, don't you think? Kakuzu frantically turned to Hayden. Hayden, make him drop the barrier now. Hayden started pounding away at his legs and arms with his pike, trying to weaken Naruto's hold on the seal he had his hands held in. He repeatedly stabbed away at his left arm. Let go of the jutsu, damn you. You can't keep taking this, no one can. Naruto held his teeth together and hung tough as the Kyuubi now had time to heal his other injuries due to Hayden's focus on his arm, and the way he was his healing increased due to the one-tailed cloak surrounding him. I can take this all day, you fucking verse. Is that all you've got, all you're willing to do to get me to break? I've taken worse than this when I was 6 years old. Kill me. Fucking do it already, you pussy. You can't break the jutsu, he said before breaking into loud, pain-filled laughter. Hayden shrieked insanely as he started carving up his own chest with the pike, trying to up the ante. Shut the fuck up. What's the matter? Naruto roared. Aren't you having fun? Weren't you enjoying this just a minute ago? Answer me, goddammit. How about you, Kakuzu, you enjoying the show? That's it. Hayden drove the pike directly through the palm of one of his hands and ground it around deeply. One of Naruto's hands went limp, dropping the jutsu that had Kakuzu trapped, and the Taki Nuke took off in the direction that Yujito took. Hayden, finish the brat off and start getting him out of here. I'm going after the Nibi. Hayden looked himself over. He was a total mess. He had stabbed his arm into hamburger meat. If he could walk after the damage he did to his thighs to keep Naruto on the ground, he would be shocked, and his chest was spilling blood openly after the carnage he had wrought on himself to hurt Naruto. He found solace in the fact that the intended target of his butchery was looking just as horrible as he was. Naruto's clothing stayed intact, but the blood was seeping through his pants and running down his legs from his wounds on his thighs. His top was sticking to his chest, stained entirely red by the blood from his chest, and blood completely covered his arms from those injuries. Which is why it was so surprising to see Naruto stand right back up so quickly after taking all of that damage to his limbs. Finally, Naruto said in the gravelly voice that using the Kyuubi's chakra gave him, that should be more than enough time for her to give him the slip, and now I've finally got you all to myself, and better yet you've already done half of my job for me. What the fuck are you on about now? Hayden asked as he still had his pike stuck in his hand. Kakuzu was the real threat the entire time, Naruto said, his face still smirking. While I kept my eyes on Kakuzu the first time we fought, you were always there, just walking right through any offense I threw and coming at me while I was avoiding him. You even got in the way of a few attacks from your partner just so you could hit me. Alone, you're nothing to me. Hayden seethed at the insult. We'll see how much shit you talk after I carve you a new hole to speak out of. He tried pulling at the pike in his hand to deal Naruto more damage, but it stuck fast. Before he could look up, Naruto was in his face and unleashed a savage uppercut to his body that sent both Hayden and himself flying backwards into rock formations, crumbling them from the force of the impact. The good thing for Hayden was that the punch dislodged the pike from his hand. Naruto emerged from his rubble spitting blood. It was either that or punch you in the face, and I really don't feel like growing my teeth back right now. Hayden crawled out of his own side. You little bastard. This isn't over. He had to get back inside of the circle or it was indeed over. He could barely move, and yet this punk kid was not only still standing, he could still move about and beat the crap out of him. He had to wonder what was keeping him going. Not only that, but what kind of threshold for pain did he have? Hayden shakily reached his feet and began his all-out rush to reach the Jashin circle to continue his torture of Naruto when he saw the red blur that was the Kyuubi-powered Naruto coming at him again. Not this time. Hayden pulled his scythe back and blocked Naruto from punching him again when a second tail bubbled from Naruto's chakra cloak. Hayden got a good look at the grinning Naruto, whose face looked like pure evil once his lips took on a black outline as his red eyes seemed like they locked with his very soul. One of Naruto's chakra tails grasped Hayden's scythe and ripped it from his hands, while the other grabbed the man himself and slammed him into the ground heavily. Naruto's tail dragged him through the ground before throwing him into the air and joining with the second tail to swat Hayden off into a cliff wall. Hayden stood back up and shouted with his back turned to the direction he was thrown from, "Is that all you've got? I'm immortal, you fucking half-wit." He turned his head only to come face to face with a Naruto brandishing familiar steel. "Look what I found." Naruto used the Sennenki no Ken to once again sever Hayden's head from his body. As he saw Hayden's head hit the ground and tumble along, he sighed to himself and powered down, letting his fox shroud drop. "I'm still alive, you useless waste of sperm." Hayden's bodiless head spouted, "I'm going to snatch your bleeding throat out with my teeth, just get over here. You're so lucky I can't get back up." Naruto slowly walked over. Without the Kyuubi's chakra helping him along, he was starting to feel the strain from the battle. "I wonder if I can get your bounty even though you're still alive." Naruto pondered out loud, "It should still be good, right?" Hayden stopped cursing long enough to look at Naruto with curiosity. "Huh? What are you saying?" Naruto grinned a bloody smile and reached into his pocket to pull out a storage scroll. Hayden's eyes widened as his motionless head could only watch the process that Naruto had pulled and opened the scroll for. "I'll kill you. You fucking demon fox bastard. This isn't over. As long as I'm alive, I'll never rest until I pierce your heart. I'm going to watch you bleed out in front of me, and I'm going to savor it. Do you hear?" In a puff of smoke, Naruto had sealed Haiden's head inside of the storage scroll. At that point the only thing preventing him from collapsing to his knees was the fact that the fight still wasn't over yet. Naruto pocketed the scroll and dragged his sword along the ground in exhaustion as he went off after Kakuzu and Yujito. Is it possible for 15 to be too old for this crap? XXX. Yujito hadn't turned back since Naruto told her to run. If she had turned back she would have gone back to help him, and she figured that going back when he demanded her not to would have pissed him off more than anything else she could have done at that point. Her coils were burning as she continued pumping the Nibi's chakra throughout her system to keep her body moving towards Kumo. The two fights against Haiden and Kakuzu had really done a number on her. Had Naruto not given her the okay to start using the Nibi's chakra in the fight, she wouldn't have lasted long enough to even begin fleeing in the first place. Yujito. The voice that had called out to her and got her attention almost made her shout out loud in relief, she. Upon seeing someone friendly that didn't have a demon inside of them, she deactivated her chakra cloak and collapsed on her hands and knees. She, Jia, and Derue came to a stop all around her. Derue kneeled down. Yujito, what happened? Who have you been fighting the whole time? She turned her over onto her back. She needs medical attention, she's really beaten up. He made a few hand seals to get his hands glowing green. Shaosen Jutsu, mystical palm jutsu, ... Yujito looked around at them. Akatsuki tried to kidnap me. Naruto-kun is still back there fighting with them. Someone needs to help him. Derue looked confused. Naruto? Who's Naruto? Jia realized who she was talking about. You mean the kid that came here with Jiraiya of the Sannin from Konoha, their Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. He was helping you fight. And he let you get away. Yujito nodded with hopeful eyes when she snorted. Why would we go back and risk our necks for a Konoha ninja when we already have you back, Yujito? He's not our ally. For all you know, he was just fighting with you because it was convenient to him. Yujito narrowed her eyes at her fellow Kumo ninja. He was the one that saved me in the first place. He didn't even have to get himself involved. He's the only reason you were all able to find me at all, and you're just going to leave him to my fate. She nodded. Better him than you. Why does it matter? This way Konoha loses their Jinchuriki. They probably brought him here as a show of force or something. Get off of me! Yujito shouted, forcing Shi to cancel his jutsu when she shoved him while getting up. I'm going back to finish those guys off and help Naruto-kun. You three can sit here with your thumbs in your asses if you want. Jia moved to stop her. Yujito, you're still a mess. She didn't get to do much and you're just going to re-injure whatever he did manage to fix. Derue nodded in agreement. Yeah. She didn't have to be such a bastard about it, but he's right in a way. You're risking your neck for this guy. Why? Because he did it for me. Yujito yelled at them. Can't you see that? Do you not get the picture here? There was no incentive, no reason, no actual objective to find me and get me away from them, but he still did it. So why can't someone extend the same damn courtesy to him? Nationality be damned. Well, isn't that sweet? It looks like the Kyuubi Jinchuriki lit a fire under your Nibi Jinchuriki. Yujito paled at the sound of that voice and immediately turned the Nibi's chakra cloak back on. Kakuzu. She hissed out in anger, what did you do to Naruto-kun? Kakuzu laughed, me. Nothing. Haiden probably maimed the brat to put him down and is probably dragging him across the mountain range as we speak. And look, you even brought me an entire mess of new hearts to replace the ones you destroyed. You're a responsible young lady, aren't you? Yujito flipped him off. Fuck you. I'm going to finish you off. Yes, I'm sure that you will. Kakuzu replied sarcastically. His stitches on his body opened up to reveal a mass of black threads that his two remaining masks were attached to. You and your little friend tried a little combination jutsu a while back on me. Allow me to return the favor. Kaiten Zukokyu, fire release, intelligent hard work. Fuatan, Atsugai, wind release, pressure damage. Yujito remembered the force that she and Naruto generated with their combined jutsu, and that was a wind and fire combination as well. Kakuzu sounded extremely confident in his own, and that didn't exactly inspire confidence in her for everyone else around her or even for herself. Get away from him now. Get far away. Hearing someone like Yujito tell them to get away got the other Kumo ninja in gear as they immediately bugged out and took off running away from Kakuzu just in time for him to launch his attack. One of his masks spit a regular-sized fireball at Yujito when the other one sent off a tornado-like mask that compressed the fireball before finally releasing it in a white-hot torrent. The intensity of the heat that it generated forced all of the other Kumo ninja to look away. As the attack faded, it revealed that Yujito had to turn into her full Nibi mode in order to block the jutsu for the others. At the end of her rope, she transformed back to normal and dropped to the ground, visibly singed in a few places. She looked at her in disbelief. Did Yujito just lose? Derue grit his teeth. She took the hit for us. If we weren't here, she would have just dodged it and been okay, but she took it for us because we all wouldn't have gotten away. Damn him. She shouted before rushing right towards Kakuzu. I'll finish him myself. Ignoring Derue and Jia telling him to stay put, he went right at Kakuzu while making four-hand seals, Rage and Raikachua, lightning illusion, flash of lightning pillar. An extremely bright light seemed to exude from she that blinded Kakuzu. Kakuzu shut his eyes and snapped out his arm that flew off and grasped she around the throat before he could take any action to follow up. Kakuzu looked the young man over before smirking. You're a lightning element, aren't you? Your heart will do just fine for now. Hyakunin Zakakaru, Century Rush. A red buzzsaw flashed through the area and hacked Kakuzu's arm, holding she off, freeing him and letting him retreat back to his own ninja. Jia kneeled over the man as he held his own throat and caught his breath. Are you all right? She coughed to get his breathing back to normal. Who was that? Derue pointed over to the source of the attack. Naruto stood not far from Kakuzu wearing a bladed pair of gauntlets and greaves, staring at him intently. Kakuzu's good mood vanished as his arm reattached. You were able to finish Haiden. And how exactly did you get here so fast? Flashback. Naruto was starting to run of fumes at this point, but the entire situation wasn't over until he and Yujito were safely with someone that they could absolutely trust to ensure their safety, and he sure wasn't going to find that out in the middle of nowhere on the side of a mountain. I need to catch up to Yuji-chan and see if she's fighting. Naruto squinted as three figures came into his view from not too far away. He really wished that they weren't Kakuzu's stupid masks. He was so sick of those things by now it was absurd. Hey, is that who it looks like? A fiery female voice called out. Kami, he looks like a complete mess. They all came to a stop not far from each other, Naruto breathing heavily and staring at them all. Hey Karue, Samue. Long time no see you guys. Omwa looked Naruto over and took the sucker out of his mouth. You look like you lost a fight to a kitchen knife. What in Kami's name happened to you? Naruto sighed. Well, I for sure didn't lose to anything, yet. Anyway, what are you guys doing here? He said, stumbling slightly but playing off his fatigue. Samue spoke up. Explaining the situation, Reikage-sama ordered our forces to scour the area for Yujito since it was revealed that she was missing. We saw a massive tower of flame a little ways from here and rushed over, but you were all that we found. Naruto grimaced. Damn, so you haven't gotten an order to return yet? She's still out here, I need to go now. Naruto ended up getting grabbed on his shoulder by Karue. Hey wait, you know where Yujito is? You saw her. A nod came from the blonde Chunin. I told her to escape from some unsavory people while I held them in place, but one got away. We were fighting them, that's where the massive fire thing came from. He held up his sword. I really hate using this thing, but I'm not catching up any other way. Sennin Hakkii, Ichijiraware, Millennium Release, Primary Materialization. The sword dematerialized and reformed as grey /silver gauntlets around Naruto's arms and greaves on his legs with wicked blades on the outsides of them. Samue poked at Naruto's weapons in surprise. What on earth just happened? What are these? Naruto shook his head. No time to go into detail right now. Yuji-chan took off back towards Kumo, so you probably missed her or came here from another side of the mountain range. Follow me, or follow the trail I carve out, because you're not going to be able to follow me directly. With that, Naruto took off at top speed, leaving a trail of dust and up-kicked rock in his wake. End flashback. Don't worry about that. Naruto said, let's finish this once and for all, Stitches. I'm sick of looking at your face. About that, Kakuzu said before sending two of his masks off of his body to attack an incoming contingent of Kumo ninja consisting of Shi, Derue, and Jia. I don't need anyone interrupting us, you understand? Understood. Naruto then rushed in to attack Kakuzu at a speed Kakuzu hadn't seen him move at, a speed faster than when he had been using the Kyuubi's chakra. Kakuzu jumped back out of Naruto's way but ended up getting cut along his stomach. Black threads poured out of the wound en masse and attempted to swarm Naruto and block him into place. Naruto spun out and cut through the threads as he dropped back in position to avoid a mishap with the threads that had been plaguing him in their last series of conflicts. Kakuzu's body pumped out more black thread than Naruto had ever seen come from Kakuzu's body any time prior to this point. It formed an octopus-type figure around his body and stretched out 20 feet in every direction the arms went. You're too fast now to allow you to get in close again. Luckily I can keep you off with this. It's a shame, you have a very powerful heart. I'd like to take it for myself, to be quite honest. He then whipped his arms at Naruto to initiate an attack. Naruto spun in a rapid circle, turning into a blur as he cut and repelled Kakuzu's threads before dodging as a second thread appendage smashed into the ground where he had been a moment before. Kakuzu was so far succeeding in keeping Naruto at a distance from him. I already finished off the Nibi. Once I beat you two, you can kiss your infantile ass goodbye, and I say good riddance. Naruto had put on the gauntlets to get the speed boost needed to catch up. He hadn't really planned on how he was going to handle Kakuzu from that point forward, but he did have something to fall back on. Kakuzu had sent off two of his masks to run interference with the rest of the ninja in the area, thus keeping him from spamming multi-elemental jutsu combinations at him. On the other hand, Naruto was beginning to suck wind. Once again the downside of his weapon was coming into play. For the boost it gave him, it sucked his chakra like a sponge. He was already dipping into the Kyuubi's chakra to keep it from sucking his own reserves dry. At this rate it was only a matter of time. XXX. Jia dodged another Kaiten, Zuko Q from Kakuzu's fire element mask. Who the hell is this guy? What are these? The heat from the attack licked at his body as he stayed out of its range. Derue had drawn his cleaver blade and had been attempting to hack away at the wind element mask that had been keeping its distance since he didn't feel like dodging any wind attacks from it. Yujito's been fighting these things. Her and that kid. He cut through its body only for it to reform right in front of his eyes. How is she doing? She had carried Yujito out of the line of fire and was once again hard at work healing her injuries. Only this time she had a few burns to go with her pre-existing wounds. She's going to be out of it for a while. She's not getting back up, her insides are wrecked. How long has she been lasting like this? Derue had enough of the regenerating freaky mask creature running roughshod all over them and made a dragon hand seal, Rantan, Resource Alkasu, Storm Release, Laser Circus. A halo of bright light formed around his hands and shot off several beams of electricity at both masks. The fire mask showed awareness to the situation and took cover behind some rocky formations while the wind mask simply attempted to dodge in the open field. It got a nasty surprise when the beams of light maneuvered back around towards it. The wind mask generated chakra and fired off Thuatan at Sugai, disrupting the attack and blowing Derue back off of his feet. The mask took advantage of its freedom from fighting Derue and moved towards Shi and Yujito to take him out and capture her for Kakuzu. She looked up to see the black thread monster moving his way, but he stuck it out near Yujito to keep her out of its clutches and take his chance against it on his own. Lariat. She was saved by a massive, muscular dark-skinned arm plowing into the mask of the wind element creature, shattering it on impact and putting it out of the fight. Reikage-sama. Looked over his shoulder at his subordinate standing by Yujito. The Reikage smirked victoriously upon seeing that she was still with them. Good work. Now where are the fools that thought taking our Yujito was a good idea? She was about to answer when he noticed Jia still under pursuit by the fire mask that had just shot off another jutsu. The jutsu was diverted as it changed trajectory completely and found itself sucked into a scroll. Fuuka Hoin, Fire Sealing Method. Jiraiya rolled the scroll he used to seal the jutsu back up. It looks like we were able to make it after all, a Reikage-sama. The mask charged up another attack, but Jiraiya only smirked and pointed behind the mask before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The mask ended up getting eradicated by a Rasengan that carved through the back of its head, all the way through the front, defeating the mask and the heart that went with it. She watched in awe before his focus returned. Reikage-sama, the man that tried taking Yujito is over there. He pointed over to where Naruto was still engaged in combat with Kakuzu. Wrapped his body in a layer of lightning chakra and prepared to make his way into the battle when Jiraiya called over to him. Reikage-sama, let Naruto finish the fight himself. He did this much by himself, I want to see him finish it off. Looked at Jiraiya, we could just head in and end it ourselves. There's no need for the boy to be at risk any longer, he's proven himself by staying alive this long. Getting a nod from the white-haired man was his response, he needs this. If only to prove to himself that he's capable of defeating these people. XXX. Naruto had sweat beading down his face, mixing with the grime and blood as Kakuzu kept him on his toes with his defensive offense. It was as if he knew that keeping this style of fighting up was wearing on Naruto and all he had to do was outlast him and the battle was his. Damn it, this is like the forest of death all over again. Naruto thought frantically to himself, wait. He realized, this is like the forest of death all over again. And I'm just as tired now as I was then. I've been running away and fighting for at least 12 hours straight, and that was before I even started using this thing. A tentative smirk came to Naruto's face. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow at this 180 in Naruto's attitude. What are you smiling about, brat? You still can't touch me. The last time I tested this move out I exterminated half of a nest of spiders. He mumbled lowly to himself out of Kakuzu's earshot. What was that? Kakuzu teased, saying a short prayer for yourself. That can wait, you aren't dead, yet. Nope. Naruto said more to himself than to anyone while still on the move, but you are. Naruto slammed the blades on his gauntlets together loudly 3 times, setting a low droning noise that stuck around over the battlefield. Kakuzu simply took it as irrelevant noise as he felt nothing from it. Naruto then slammed his blades on his greaves together 3 times while in mid-stride, turning the noise higher pitched. Naruto stopped running as the threads all closed in on him, getting Kakuzu to cackle as he believed that Naruto had finally run out of energy. Naruto clashed the blades of his weapons together one more time and focused the point of the sound into one of the blades on his leg, making the noise conspicuous to Kakuzu, who prepared himself for whatever was about to happen, getting his threads away from Naruto. Naruto lifted his one foot and stomped it, burying it into the ground from the force of the stomp. The vibrations from his leg blade carried through the ground, prompting Kakuzu to leap off of the ground as he assumed this was all an earth element ninjutsu. Tenbin no Hiru Konpai, scales of total exhaustion. A high-pitched whining noise that droned into Kakuzu's ears seemingly sapped him of all of his energy. XXX. Meanwhile, with those watching the fight from a distance, a few of the ninja that had been in battle against the masks felt their energy suddenly leave them as a faint white noise hit their senses, forcing them to visibly look winded, all except for Jiraiya and I commented on it. I can feel my chakra leaving my body. Is it this sound? Jiraiya looked on at the scene between Naruto and Kakuzu. I would guess as much. I can only imagine the effect it's having right at the heart of the noise. XXX. Kakuzu began to leak blood from his mouth, eyes, and ears. What the hell are you doing? He willed his threads bestowed upon him by the Jiangu to move forward, but they only flickered forward for a moment before dropping to the ground limply. Naruto's ears started to bleed himself. This jutsu takes the fatigue that I've accumulated in comparison to my full capabilities and saturates the air with this sound. Anything that is caught in the noise gets their chakra drained to the extent of the amount that I've used in relation to my full reserves. That fact widened Kakuzu's eyes. With only one heart left, he had no ludicrous reserves the way that Naruto did, and he had been fighting just as long as Naruto had been all day long. You brat! Kakuzu said weakly as he slumped to the ground in a heap. How could I be beaten by a punk kid that's barely out of diapers? He said quietly as the noise persisted. Naruto walked over to him sluggishly, now bleeding from his eyes to go with his ears. Because this punk kid's been training to kill guys like you since he was able to read. Naruto drove the blade on his foot into Kakuzu's chest, leaving it sticking straight out of the side of his chest his heart was on. Kakuzu let out a death rattle and he went still once and for all. A groan of discomfort came from Naruto as he allowed his weapon to return to its original ninjato form before he began walking over to where the others were. XXX. Jiraiya had a wide grin on his face as he saw his apprentice walking back over to them after finishing off Kakuzu. What did I say, Reikage-sama? I told you he could handle it by himself. You just need to have faith in the kid. I chuckled at Jiraiya's pride in Naruto's performance. As long as that boy is in your village, I can see him keeping it safe as its protector. What he was meant to be as its Jinchuriki. Yep. Jiraiya beamed. He's the spitting image of. Oh, hold on. Jiraiya frowned when he saw Naruto unceremoniously drop face first onto the ground in exhaustion in the distance. A sweat dropped as he gestured for his ninja to go out and assist him, Is he going to be alright? Jiraiya shrugged. Meh, he's fine. He cupped his hands to his mouth. Come on Geiki, walk it off. You're blowing my wise teacher moment here. And here I was starting to think you were tough. Naruto, face down on the ground, heard Jiraiya's remark and started muttering curses to himself as he found himself unable to move his body or raise his voice. All right. Kyuubi's voice boomed in Naruto's mind, he's back on the list. Naruto could only give a mental nod to his tenant in agreement. After the little conflict with Kakuzu and Haiden had been settled, Jiraiya had made sure that Naruto had gotten treatment back in Kumogakure for his more nagging injuries and wounds suffered from the prolonged battle. For the physical price he paid keeping Yujito out of Akatsuki's clutches, a stay in the hospital was the least that could be allowed for him. Speaking of Yujito, surprisingly after the battle was complete the worst damage she suffered was the injury through her hands that had been inflicted at the start. She didn't suffer any permanent nerve damage, but it was advised that she refrain from training until further notice to keep from re-injuring herself. During Naruto's hospital stay, Jiraiya took to trying to examine Naruto's sword, and failed miserably as it did not let Jiraiya lay a finger on it without cutting into his hands with wind chakra, which piqued his interest as that was Naruto's main element type. However, from what he had seen of the sword, Naruto, who had finished his wind element training, never channeled chakra through the blade, and then it had that second form that simply augmented his abilities. But from what he had gleaned from Naruto, it drained him heavily. Naruto was strong. This was always evident to Jiraiya. Back when he took Naruto with him to retrieve Tsunade, it was clear that anyone short of the absolute best in the world would have a horrible day if they had decided to tangle with Naruto. But now Jiraiya wasn't sure if he could put Naruto down without having to resort to his absolute best, although any stirring from the Kyuubi and he could always slap a suppression seal on Naruto, but getting it on him was an entirely different matter altogether. He and Tsunade needed to have a conversation on his growth once he got the kid healed up and dragged him back to Konoha. In the meantime, he was getting his kicks off of watching the nursing staff in Kumo's hospital keep Naruto in place. Apparently with a Jinchuriki like Kyarabi, they got used to him trying to break out before he was released early on in his life and had way more experience dealing with a rowdy, powerful demon container. No leniency was given, even stepping out of bed set off an alert for trained orderlies to put him right back, forcefully. And if that wasn't enough, the head doctor was a woman with a glare that could freeze lava on point. Yes, after the first day Naruto was a good boy. The company didn't hurt either, however. XXX. Kumogakure no Sato, Kumo Hospital. Naruto sat, seething to himself in his bed. I never thought I would find something I hate more than Konoha's hospital. But now I think Kumo's is pushing it firmly out of the way for sure. Yujito rolled her eyes from a nearby chair. Oh, get over it, Naruto-kun, they'll let you out when they think you're good and ready. I am good and ready. I was ready the day after I was admitted and now it's been 3 days. They're just now letting me bathe myself. He nearly whined to her, hospitals are for the dead and dying. I am neither, so they should let me go. He ran a hand through his hair. I can't believe mugging that orderly and transforming into him didn't get me out. I thought that would work for sure. Yujito didn't miss a beat. Kyarabi tried that 6 years ago. Naruto sighed. Of course he did. He then lightly glared at her, noticing that she was dressed in her own clothing. How come they let you go? Yujito grinned cheekily at him. All I had besides the busted ribs were a few burns and my messed up hands. Yujito lifted her heavily bandaged palms and waved them at Naruto showingly. You had all kinds of torn muscles in your legs and arms. How did you even tear the muscles anyway? Naruto glowered, the bastard sword I carry with me. He let off a scowl as his heirloom blade, that thing is more trouble than it's worth sometimes. How am I supposed to train with it when it rips my body apart just using it? Oh, just toughen up, you big baby. Yujito said, popping him lightly on the arm. We just beat the Akatsuki and here you are complaining about your sword. Prioritize, Naruto-kun, just relax. Getting all stressed out will do you no good. Yeah, no good. Naruto replied, no good like your bum hands. He said, grabbing her wrists and waving her arms around as if she were a marionette before she realized what he was doing and narrowed her eyes at him. What do you think you're doing, Scarface? She growled out at him, getting beat up by orderlies and your sensei isn't enough. You want me to stomp you too? Naruto smiled at her disarmingly, I'm bored. I haven't seen anything but white walls for days, and I'm well enough to leave. Since I can't leave, I'll have to have you keep me company, Yuji-chan, my lovely entertainment. Yujito smirked at him, your entertainment am I? And lovely you say? Naruto shrugged, still holding on to her wrists, it is what it is. Yujito moved her chair closer to Naruto and inched her face closer to his, and what makes you think I'm here to entertain you? Maybe I'm here for my own fun. Naruto gave her a dry look in response and then looked at his hospital gown-clad form. I don't really see what would be so entertaining about me right now. Yujito's eyes went along his form, you wouldn't would you, Mr. Paper-Thin Gown? She placed her mouth near his ear, it's a shame we weren't in the same room while I was in mine. She pulled away from him once she felt him let go of her wrists and laughed at the incredulous look on his face, I just had to get you back for all of the stupid things you said in the cave. Don't be mad, Naruto-kun. Naruto's face went back to normal once he heard the laughter from Yujito, that wasn't fair, Yuji-chan. I thought you were serious, especially after your little kiss right before we fought Haiden and Kakuzu. Speaking of that. Yujito trailed off, why did you do it? Why did you fight for me against them? You could have just let them take me, they weren't here for you. You would be fine right now. Naruto gave her a long hard look, because we're friends, Yuji-chan. He set his head back on his pillows and looked at her from his side view, I would protect you just as much as I would anyone else that was close to me and needed my help. Yujito frowned, fighting when you didn't need to against such dangerous people and losing would have crippled your village's military presence. There wasn't any reason to do this. Yujito stopped talking when a pillow smacked into her face. Naruto's arm was still extended from the throw, I just gave you the reason. Being one of my precious people means I'll fight for you when I have to, because it's the right thing to do. It doesn't hurt that I had to face off with them eventually anyway, but I needed to make sure you weren't caught. It's just that simple. The entire reason me and Ero Sennin even came here in the first place was to try and set up an alliance against Akatsuki's workings, so the reason I came here was more or less to protect you, I guess you could say, heh. He finished with a laugh. Yujito looked at him long and hard with an expressionless face, trying to ascertain any sign of falsehood in his body language after what he had just said. She finally sighed and stood up, hovering next to Naruto's bed and looking at him as he simply stared back at her equally impassively. I told those idiots that you did it just because you were a sweetie. She said as a smile slowly worked its way to her face once more. Yeah. Naruto said, I'm your hero and all of that crap. How could I just let you go and get killed like that without trying to stop it, Yuji-chan? He then felt Yujito lean over him and give him a short kiss on the lips. What was that for? Yujito stayed close to his face, that was for all of the effort it took to get me back from them in the first place. She kissed him again, that was for fighting them as hard as you did for me. She then placed one final, very long kiss on him that she had to somewhat climb onto his bed /him to prolong before breaking it, and that was just for me, speaking of which. She scratched the side of his face hard enough to draw blood, getting a cry of anger from Naruto, that was for making me run away when you were in trouble. Naruto tried to open his mouth to reply, shutting it firmly when he felt Yujito's close-range glare on him. No arguments, no excuses, you simply won't be doing that ever again, understood? Naruto nodded quickly, seeing as how he was pinned down. Good boy. With that, Yujito lowered herself down, still straddling him, and proceeded to renew their previous activity, with Naruto dynamically reciprocating her actions via beginning to reach under her shirt until "Yo Mr. 9, I got here fast after hearing about those guys that kicked your ass." The door to Naruto's hospital room was then kicked almost off of the hinges, and the towering form of the very familiar Hakkaibi Jinchuriki filled it through, grinning widely. "It's Kyarabi-sama singing you a tune, hoping to see you get well soon." He failed to notice that Naruto was sitting up unusually ramrod straight, with most of his bed linens askew over one particular spot around his legs as if to cover something, as well as Yujito sitting statue still in her chair, hair slightly awry and her face with a healthy blush running across it, as well as both of them panting slightly. Naruto snapped out of his trance first. "Be what the fuck? You knock before you enter a room with a closed door." Kyarabi scoffed at Naruto. "I don't knock, motherfucker." "Clearly," Yujito said, with her eye twitching at her older Jinchuriki friend, wishing he would spontaneously burst into flames right that minute. "Kyarabi-sensei, you need to slow down and be quiet, we're in a hospital." Karue came inside of the room, followed by Ouma and Samue, who rolled her blue eyes at her teammate at the hypocrisy of that statement. Karue blinked at seeing Naruto up and about. "So you're finally able to take visitors, Naruto?" Naruto gave her a dry look. "I could have taken visitors yesterday, but I tried breaking out the moment I woke up, and after 3 attempts they isolated me until today." Kyarabi nodded in understanding, while the others simply looked at him like he was insane. With the ever-present sucker in his mouth, spoke up, "You're talking about this place like it's prison or something." Naruto's dry look switched over to him. "It is when there isn't anything wrong with you." He looked between them all. "I will give each of you 10,000 ryo if you get me out of here now." Ouma and Karue went wide-eyed, while Samue simply gave him a questioning look. "Where did you get that kind of money to spend on something like this?" Naruto smirked inside of his head. He was still counting his money from the bounty on Sasori. He had gone on back-to-back high-level missions, didn't have any expenses other than food, and Hamako handled those matters herself with the money she made assisting at the academy when he wasn't there. Yeah, he was so moving out of that apartment when he got back. Hell, with the money he was going to make off of Hayden's head, he was going to be more loaded than ever before. Damn. He didn't get Kakuzu's corpse. Oh well, there's such a thing as too much money after all. At that moment Jiraiya walked into the room. "That's not going to be necessary, brat. You're good to go." He threw a bundle to Naruto that when caught showed that they were Naruto's clothes and other possessions that he sealed into scrolls for travel. "Yep. It's time we get out of here and go back to Konoha." "Finally, it took long enough," Naruto said as he began to peruse through his things. He looked up in time to catch himself from taking his hospital gown off to prepare to change. Could I get minute here?" Yujito plopped down on the bed next to him. "Oh, you don't want me to stay, Naruto-kun?" Naruto pushed her lightly. "If you stay, then changing is going to be the last thing that I end up doing in here." He panned his eyes over to Jiraiya, who was writing down something in a small notepad. Ero-sennin, what the hell? Jiraiya looked up at Naruto and put his pad away. Oh, get over it, Geiki. I've been using your life to brainstorm ideas for my books since right after we went after Tsunade. He chuckled lecherously. Lately you've been giving me quite a bit to write about, I have to say. I didn't see you becoming a ladies' man. Naruto sighed. I'm not a ladies' man. Liar. Yujito stated plainly with her arms crossed. Karue nodded, blushing slightly. I remember the last time you were here, you know. You're full of crap on that one. Samue rubbed her shoulders. Is there any chance you can give me another massage like you did last time you were here before you go? Naruto said unsurely. Ask him. He pointed over to Jiraiya, who was once again rapidly writing and mouthing out massage. Boy. Don't make me burn that thing, Ero-sennin. Oh, shut up and get dressed already. Jiraiya said, wiping away the small amount of blood coming from his nose from what he himself had written. We have to get back to Tsunade and give her the results of the successful mission. Naruto blinked owlishly. Success. But the Raikage turned down the idea of us joining forces. Jiraiya grinned at the boy. Well, after your little rescue stunt and after he saw how two of the Akatsuki could get right into his village and engage Yujito here without a trace going out until the fight was more or less over, he saw that there was a need for some kind of measure to be put in place. So congrats, kid, your little hero act brought about another alliance. You seem to be making a habit out of that. You act like you're mad about it. Naruto said, now can you all get the fuck out so I can change? He then stopped to think about it. Girls can stay. Naruto hopped out of bed once he felt everyone start to move towards the door and almost started taking his hospital gown off until he felt the presence of others still in the room. Turning to the door, he saw Yujito, Samue, and Karue still standing there, one smirking, one blushing, and one with no noticeable reflection on her face but a sparkle in her eyes told him all he needed to know. Naruto let off a sweat drop. You know, I was kind of joking about that. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Hokage Tower. Tsunade stared at Naruto and Jiraiya with her cheek in her hand, leaning on her desk lazily as she looked at the two of them. Well, you certainly took the roundabout way towards doing so, but good work, you two. That's one village we can mark down for having our side against Akatsuki alongside Suna. Jiraiya nodded, pleased with Naruto's rendition of how the battle went. 3 of the 5 villages isn't a bad number at all. He patted Naruto on the head. Now don't you have something to discuss with the kid? Oh yes. Tsunade perked up and reached inside of her desk, rummaging around for a moment before dropping a small stack of papers in front of Naruto and handing him a pen. I just need you to sign some things for your identification. Naruto shrugged and grabbed the pen, signing his signature on all of the corresponding areas Tsunade designated for him. After handing the pen back over upon completion, he finally asked, so what was that for anyway? I've never had to sign anything before. Tsunade didn't answer and simply took out a stamp before slamming it on the paper and looking up at Naruto with a grin. Oh, that was just the registration forms for your promotion to Jounin. Congratulations, brat. He simply stared at Tsunade for over a minute, fully processing what he had just heard. You're not messing with me, right? You're finally promoting me. Why now? Tsunade sighed. Politics, brat. I would have done it sooner, but you need ample backing from many high-ranking sources in the village these days for any decision like this to go through. You can at least take it as a sign that things are definitely changing around here for you. She finished with a smile. Yeah, either that or I have friends in blackmailing places. Naruto thought as he couldn't fight the smile peeking through on his own face. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. Way to go, I knew they couldn't keep you off of that rank forever. It was just a matter of time. He looked up to Tsunade. So are we supposed to head straight out to the next village? Tsunade shook her head. No. Naruto is on a probationary period as a Jounin. He needs to get 3 more missions under his belt as the leader before it's truly decided whether or not he'll remain a Jounin or get demoted to Takubetsu Jounin or back to Chunin. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm on probation. We have probation. Ranks higher than Chunin have probation. Jiraiya explained. We have a pretty large population of ninja, so this is to make sure we have the best of the best leading the pack, so to speak. Smaller villages don't have probation since they need their elite ninja for a showing, but Konoha ninja are already perceived as the outright best, so we simply make sure of that. You'll be fine. Tsunade assured him as she put the papers away. You don't seem like a choke artist to me, so just work the way you always do and things should go smoothly. You've earned this rank. Naruto reached into his pocket. Speaking of stuff I've earned. He pulled out a labeled scroll. How much do I earn for this? He unsealed the scroll and covered the desk in smoke. You blonde cock-chasing son of a bitch, I knew you'd let me out. On Tsunade's desk sat the disembodied head of Haiden, snarling and foaming at the mouth at Naruto. Get down here and fight me like a man instead of like a bitch. Tsunade looked at the head on her desk, cursing Naruto out colorfully. You didn't kill him. Naruto looked up at his village leader slowly. I can't kill him. But this should be better, right? I mean, he's still alive. That's got to count for something. Naruto started raising his voice higher and higher as Haiden yelled over him. We could always. We could. We. Naruto glared at the head and stuffed the scroll he had been sealed in inside of his mouth. Shut the fuck up. Winners are talking here. Tsunade rubbed her temple and pulled out some sake. I thought I'd seen everything physically possible in this world, and then you literally drop something like this in my lap. You leader, charmed life brat. She said before pouring herself a small cup. Naruto then took the bottle from her and took a swing straight from it. It's not my fault, Tsunade-chan. Stuff happens. He tried passing the bottle to Jiraiya before Tsunade snatched it back out of his hands. Shitsune. Tsunade called loudly. Naruto pointed at the muffled Haiden's head. Can I keep that? Jiraiya gave Naruto a deadpan look. Why in Kami's would you ever want to keep that for? Naruto shrugged. Hamako-chan could use some company when I'm not home and he'd make a great pet. I'll even defang him so he can't bite or anything. Hell, I'm certain that I can interrogate him for some good stuff on Akatsuki. That's actually a decent idea. Tsunade admitted, the interrogation part, not the house pet part. What is wrong with you? Naruto looked away awkwardly when at the same time Shitsune walked into the room. Shitsune, can you take this to Anbu HQ until I can get a hold of Ibuki Morino or Inoichi Yamanaka? Shitsune walked closer to the desk and froze when she saw a severed head mumbling curses with a scroll shoved into its mouth, shooting death looks at everyone around. Her eyes fluttered before she fell backwards into unconsciousness. Naruto and Jiraiya looked down at the fallen black-haired woman. Did Shitsune-chan just faint? Naruto kneeled down next to her, snapping his fingers in front of her face and shaking her lightly in an attempt to revive her. Tsunade looked over her desk at her oldest companion, Naruto, and Jiraiya. Yeah, you're dismissed, brat. I'll wake her up. XXX. Another Boloji-san. Naruto called out. placing an empty bowl of ramen to the side of the counter in an effort to wait for his next bowl. I have no shortage of funds to pay today. Naruto's exuberance over his meal caused Tiki to chuckle at his most prolific customer. A pair of hands were placed over his eyes before a very welcome voice let him know exactly who it was. I knew that I would find you here, Naruto-sama. Why didn't you come home first? The voice finished almost poutingly. Naruto smiled and removed the hands from his eyes, allowing his aide to take a seat next to him inside of the ramen stand. Hi Hamako-chan. Anything interesting happen while I was gone? He stopped smiling and looked at her rather gravely. You didn't burn the apartment complex down testing stuff out, did you? Hamako rolled her eyes and leaned on the counter, ever-present smile still on her face. No, I'm not even working with anything volatile now. All I did was outfit your gift with some seals and that was pretty much all I did. It's only been a week since you left, you know. Speaking of seals. Naruto changed topics. I can use the hardest stuff that you taught me on actual people now, so let me in on some new stuff next time we train. He picked up his sword. Also, I need you to seriously help me break down all of the seals placed on this thing and help me work out how this thing works. Going blind with this thing isn't such a good idea anymore. Naruto stopped talking as a bowl of ramen was placed in front of him. Of course, master. Hamako agreed before smirking. By the way, you're in trouble. Naruto stopped eating and looked at her with noodles hanging from his mouth. Ha! A small laugh came from the white-haired girl before she explained. Where do I start? Well, you keep failing to tell people when you leave, and that usually leaves me to inform them of your absence. People don't like that, especially the people that were looking for you. Like who? Naruto asked as he continued to eat. I was only gone for a week, who could have possibly had anything to say to me? Teiya-san first of all. Naruto stopped eating to listen. I'm certain you were expecting that though. Then there was Anko-san as well about the cursed seal, but I handled that appointment in your stead, right up until Teiya-san came over for what assistance she could offer and the story of your, exploits, got out. Naruto stopped slurping up his next bowl of ramen at a breakneck pace and looked at Hamako, still holding his chopsticks to his mouth, and Hamako looked away sheepishly. Everyone that knows of you now knows about it. I am sorry, Naruto-sama. Naruto looked over at Tiki, who had also been looking at him before the ramen chef turned away, whistling innocently. He then thought about that statement. Everyone that knows of him. That was actually a ton of people in reality, so when you say everyone you mean dot. Naruto nii-chan. Naruto turned around on his stool to find Konohamaru along with Udon and Mojai. The leader of the trio was looking at Naruto defiantly. Hey Konohamaru. You guys are genin ha. Good for you all. Hamako at his side waved pleasantly at the trio, who waved right back to her. Konohamaru made a fist and thrusted it out at Naruto. I'll show you how much stronger I am now, Naruto ni Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy jutsu. Konohamaru promptly transformed into a beautiful, nude, brown-haired woman, only to sweat drop after realizing nothing was happening. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow at the display. Ha! Man, I haven't used that move in forever. Naruto vacantly realized that a pair of chopsticks were being held in front of him with food on them. Oh, thank you, Hamako-chan. Naruto gleefully partook in his meal, forcing Konohamaru to face fault out of his transformation. Mojai and Udon helped Konohamaru stand back up. Man, well, I guess for someone that invented the technique and can see the real thing whenever he wants, it won't have much effect. Naruto immediately stopped letting Hamako feed him before looking at Konohamaru emotionlessly. bringing a shiver to the newly minted genin's spine. Naruto turned and placed his money for the meal on the counter before cracking his neck and turning back to the trio. So you know how I could never legit train with you guys because you weren't ninja yet? Yeah, that little restriction is off. The kids turned to run, but before they could take their first step, Hamako flashed some seals into Naruto's hands that he slapped onto the bodies of the 3 young genin before making a set of half a dozen hand seals: Fuin Jutsu, Mahi no Fuin, Sealing Technique, Seal of Paralysis. Naruto nodded in appreciation at the effect of the seals as he saw the kids freeze in mid-stride. Good work, Hamako-chan. How long do I have until it wears off? The seal isn't attuned to you personally, so I would give it 2 minutes since I don't think they know how to stop their chakra flow that well yet. Hamako informed him. Damn. Naruto started to gather them all up at once. That isn't enough time to get all the way across town to the Forest of Death so I can cut loose. Oh well, I guess I'll have to make this informal at a nearby training ground. Later, Hamako-chan, I'll be home in a bit. I've got stuff to talk about with you later anyway. Naruto jumped off with Konohamaru, Mojai, and Udon all being carried by him, unable to escape. Don't beat them up badly, master. You'll get in trouble again. Hamako called out to him before she began to make her way home. XXX. Naruto didn't really beat them up, sparing them from the horrible flashback to their time in the academy. He really actually did train with them, not on things that they could do with their Jounin sensei, who he found out was Ebisu, such as tree climbing or teamwork drills. He made Kichibunshin and actually worked with them for a bit on things that he figured played to their strengths. With Konohamaru being the heavy hitter, he gave him a few pointers on strength exercises and told him that the sooner he showed marked improvement in the things that Ebisu had been training him in, the sooner both he and Ebisu would more than likely teach him more ninjutsu to work with. For Udon, Naruto taught him what he knew of wicked traps that the boy already had base knowledge on after hanging out with Konohamaru for so long, and tried to steer him towards starting specialization in Fuinjutsu, citing that other than Jiraiya, himself, Hamako who wasn't a ninja, and maybe Kakashi, there really wasn't anyone in Konoha that could claim any kind of advanced skill in sealing techniques. The things that Naruto attempted to give him a crash course were more of starter concepts for someone as smart as Udon was. For Mojai, as far as concrete teaching, there wasn't much he could show her. She wasn't going to have the chakra reserves to handle Naruto's form of combat, so all of the ninjutsu he knew were out of the question. He didn't know any genjutsu, he didn't know any medical jutsu, so he figured that if nothing else he could show her some blade work as an effort to teach her something. She surprisingly took to it rather well and worked hard to learn the basic things that Naruto was trying to teach her. He also promised her, after giving her a wooden training sword, that if she could show him that she had learned enough on her own, he would buy her an actual sword and teach her more than just basics. He didn't just head right out and buy her one after finding out she was interested, because he was certain that she wouldn't need one for quite a while, being a genin for a little over 2 weeks, and that he wanted to give her some incentive to actually train instead of coast on her laurels. After a few hours of working with the genin, and hearing Konohamaru lament about how he wished Naruto could have been promoted sooner so he could have taken them as a team, he sent them on their way, telling them that any time they wanted to reach him they could look for him or Hamako. Well, just look at you, Naruto. Naruto saw Kakashi emerging into the clearing of the training field, smiling at him as the sun was going down. Maybe you should lobby on taking a genin squad of your own if that's how you'd work with them. Naruto chuckled to himself. No way, Kakashi-sensei. I just like those kids, they're going to be good. I don't think I could take a team just like that. And from that I'm assuming you've heard that I got promoted. As a mist thought he rubbed the back of his head, I hope Ebisu isn't sore about me stealing his team for a few hours. Kakashi nodded. Who do you think put in an endorsement for you to move up? I may not look it at times, but I am very influential. Ah. Naruto said as they began to walk back towards the town, you're right. Walking around with your face buried in Erosenin's pervert book all the time doesn't make you look very influential, no offense. Kakashi wagged his finger chidingly, says you. From what Anko said to everyone about you and the Teiya girl. Damn it Anko-chan. Naruto shouted to no one in particular, she just spread that around to spite me after she got sent back on that mission we were on. I'm going to get her back later, she better know that. You're in trouble. Kakashi chirped with a sing-song voice. After that little bit of news broke, there were some people very interested in speaking with you. A twinge of remembrance ran through Naruto's head. Hamako-chan said that too. She didn't really get a chance to elaborate on it though. What the fuck does that even mean, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi simply gave him his trademark look. It's not my place to say. You'll find out soon enough, I'm certain. Naruto could swear that the man was radiating an aura of I know something you don't. Once you get off of probation I should set up a party for Konoha's newest jounin. You never know, Kakashi. Naruto said offhandedly, I might get myself demoted. I mean, what if I'm not good enough? Both of them stopped walking and turned towards each other, both of them with complete and utter straight-faced looks, right up until both of them simultaneously burst into laughter. Yeah, right. Can you imagine me saying that out loud to anyone? Yeah, everything's going to be fine. Working with people way older than me that I have to lead might be awkward though. Kakashi motioned for them to keep going. Meh, you get used to it. I was a jounin at 13, remember? Imagine how I felt. You're just lucky that there isn't a war going on right now. Naruto immediately countered, if there was a war going on right now I would have been promoted faster and the team leading thing wouldn't be an issue since I would lobby for more solo sneaking missions than anything else. He looked over at the masked jounin. I get where you're coming from though. But that's just another reason that I wouldn't take a genin team even if I could get one right now. Akatsuki is still after me. What would my genin do if we were attacked while we were out? Well then that's just extra incentive for you to finish them all off so you can experience the joys of teaching like me. Kakashi said cheerfully. What teaching? Naruto asked. All you taught Team 7 as a team was how to climb trees. I'm sorry Naruto, did you say something? Kakashi asked as his nose was right back in his favorite book. Naruto's eye twitched as he fought the urge to tackle Kakashi and beat the crap out of him, wondering if he could get away with it. Nothing important, Kakashi-sensei, nothing important at all. XXX. Sitting at the kitchen table behind Naruto, Hamako was using the only thing she knew that could possibly be construed as a ninjutsu, Shikaku Fuin, finger engraving seal, that she was using to engrave a seal on Naruto's upper shoulder. Hamako wasn't too thrilled with doing this, as it required her to actually burn the seal into Naruto's flesh before she could actually apply ink to make a tattoo out of it. But Naruto wasn't complaining, or flinching, or even showing that this was mildly hurting him, allowing her to proceed with a steady hand. The entire time she was simply telling Naruto about the things of mild interest that transpired when he was gone. It wasn't until Naruto started going over what he had been doing in Kumo, with Yujito, that she felt a twinge of something in her. Luckily for Naruto, she had finished the part that required her to burn the seal onto his shoulder, or else she might have slipped her control and messed up the pattern. From that point on, Hamako refrained from responding verbally to anything he said that tried to engage her in the conversation. She simply stayed silent right until she finished placing the ink seal over Naruto's burn. After allowing the ink to dry, he looked himself over in the mirror. "That's good work, Hamako-chan. What was this thing again? You were pretty insistent on putting it on me." Hamako responded almost robotically, "It is a simple seal of communication between you and I, Naruto-sama." She lowered the shoulder of her kimono to show that she had already placed the exact same tattoo on her shoulder. "It will allow you and I to communicate by channeling chakra in short bursts, resulting in sharp pulses to the other person's corresponding tattoo." She then tested it out on Naruto. He felt the same feeling she told him he would feel on his shoulder, so it's like Morse code. "Okay then, that's great." He then noticed that the small serene smile she usually had on her face was gone. "What's the matter, Hamako-chan?" Hamako tried to speak 3 times, but closed her mouth with nothing to say each time. She finally steeled herself in front of Naruto. "I allowed your relations with Teiya-san because she knew you longer than I did, and having someone like her care for you would have been a good thing. What of this girl in Kumo?" Naruto leaned against a wall. "Yujito. Yuji-chan is interested in me." "We didn't have sex, Hamako-chan." "But you were going to." She countered. "That's where your story was going until Kairabi-san interrupted you, if you were to be believed." Naruto frowned. "Maybe that's where it was going to go. What does it matter in the end?" Hamako looked down. "Why do you think I've stayed for so long, master? Why do you think I enjoy doing so much for you and helping you? I even sleep in your bed with you all the time. Do you really dislike me that much?" Naruto blinked at her mood. "I figured you were just one big sweetheart that I couldn't convince otherwise. And no, I love you, Hamako-chan. I don't know what I did to deserve you doing so many things for me." Hamako shook her head. "You don't love me. Not the way that I wish you would, at least." She stood up and started walking closer to him. "You are the most important person in the entire world to me, Naruto-sama. You are the only man that I would readily give my life for if need be. I know you tell me not to live for my own dreams. Well, I've found something to live my life for." Naruto looked at her expectantly. "And that would be?" Hamako closed the distance between them and placed herself firmly against Naruto's body. "All I want is you, Naruto-sama. I just want to see you be happy. Not only that, but I want to be the one that makes you happy. Without you, I don't know what would have become of me if I had ever gotten out of cryogenic freezing without you. But you need me, and that makes me feel wonderful." Naruto sighed and held her against him. "I can't marry you, Hamako. I've said it repeatedly to more than just you. Real relationships won't work for me. There are. I don't want you to marry me, and from the way you reacted when we first met, nothing about our relationship is normal." She cut him off. "I just want to know that you care for me. Because I really do love you, honestly." Naruto tilted her chin up to face him. "I already told you that I love you, didn't I?" Hamako made a pouting face at him. "I don't mean like that, master." Naruto kissed her on the lips and felt her nearly go limp in his arms. "Oh, you didn't?" Naruto asked, stroking her cheek with the back of his hand. "Are you sure? Because I think that was the kind of love you wanted to hear from me." The amber eyes of Hamako were quivering at the prospect of this being some kind of trick. "See, can I kiss you? Please?" Naruto grinned down at her. "You never had to ask me if you wanted to do that, Hamako-chan. Like I said, since the day I brought you to Konoha, you're more than a servant to me. And I would do anything to make you happy." Hamako's smile returned and Naruto thought it could have single-handedly lit the room were it dark inside. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed Naruto possessively. He didn't think she had that kind of aggression in her. The back of his head bounced off of the wall when she did that. Naruto scooped her up and plopped himself down on the couch, still holding on to Hamako with her sitting in his lap. Naruto laughed when he felt her squirm for a better position. "All right, we need to talk about stuff." Hamako shook her head. "I don't want to talk." She emphasized this by kissing him again. "I don't care what you end up doing as long as you love me, master." Naruto leaned down and placed her on the couch. "I can't not love you. I can't not love anyone. I don't have it in me to turn people down for some reason. Can you believe that? I'm supposed to be a killer, aren't I?" "I know," Hamako said, "and that's why people like me and Teiya-san like you, probably why Yujito-san likes you too. If you care about someone you won't let them down, but if anyone hurts someone close to you, you destroy them." "That's very reassuring." Naruto laughed. "I'm the meanest nice guy in the entire world." Hamako pulled him back down into another kiss. "Hey," he said. "She never had to ask, didn't he?" XXX. Hokage Tower. Jiraiya sat across from Tsunada's desk, both of them drinking from her bottle of sake as the day wound down to a close. Jiraiya finished his drink and looked over at his old teammate. "I'm planning on heading off to follow up on a lead sometime soon. It shouldn't take too long, just in and out." "When?" Tsunade asked, filling her cup back up. "We still need you to finish the mission with Naruto. You still need to head to Kiri." Jiraiya watched her drink down her own sake. "We should give them a little more time to bolster their rankings before we try with them. Possibly after the next Chunin exams if I were to give it a time frame." He laughed once she gave him a look of disbelief. "Hey, I know enough about politics. I'm doing this alliance thing for a reason, right?" Tsunade let a smile grow on her face. All right. So when do you plan on leaving on this mission of yours?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Let me rest up a bit from this one and get word from my network operative and I'll be good. It should be about a month or so. And just so you know, I'm going to take Naruto with me, so have his schedule cleared by the time I'm ready to go." Tsunade paid special attention when she heard that. Anything about Naruto was a point of serious interest to her. He was her only living family and she truly did care about him. "Why do you want to take Naruto with you?" Jiraiya scratched his face. "A few reasons. But anyway, can you do that for me? He should be done with his probation period in a month or two, shouldn't he?" He turned on the begging. "Please Tsunade." Tsunade simply rested her face in her hands. "You're 30 years too old to be doing that, you pervert. You're giving me more of a mutt face than a puppy dog face." She lowered her hands once he went back to normal. "All right. When he's all set with his new responsibilities you can take him with you again. Kami, I'm going to regret sending you two out again, aren't I? Both of you are bad luck and sending you both out at the same time is just begging for trouble." "Yeah, you would know about bad luck, wouldn't you?" Jiraiya quipped, getting a tick mark to form on Tsunade's head. "Oh, you know I love you, Tsunade. Now come on and show me how much you love me." Within a second after uttering that, Tsunade had sent Jiraiya flying backwards, obliterating the office doors and who knows what else with the force of her punch. "I love you that much, pervert." Tsunade smirked while cracking her knuckles. "I knew you did," Jiraiya called out weakly from his place among the rubble. "Oh, make Bunshin Chronicles." "All right, B, why the fuck am I here?" Naruto asked, seated in Kyarabe's hut in the Unraikyu. What kind of training are we about to do here? B sat down in front of Naruto with a look of utmost seriousness on his face. He took a deep breath before speaking. This is the most important kind of training I could ask you to help me with. That immediately disarmed Naruto. Kyarabi never spoke to him normally, ever. Can you help me? Naruto pondered for a moment. What the hell could he possibly do to help someone like Kyarabi train? Oh well, why not? Maybe he could learn some cool Jinchuriki moves while he was there. That was more than enough incentive to help, even if the fact that they were friends wasn't enough. All right, you've got it. What do you need me to do? Kyarabi smiled and reached over to the side before thumping a sizable batch of notebooks off of the ground. Looking at them curiously, he picked one up. Maybe Kyarabi was trying to work out the physics for a new jutsu or something. Upon reading what was logged inside, he blanched and face-faulted. What is this? Kyarabi grinned. My shit is old after the passing of time. It's time for the killer bee to make some new rhymes. Ignoring the large black man sitting in front of him, Naruto perused through the notebook before slamming it on the ground. Down on the town, a face with a frown, a sad clown. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Kyarabi. Seriously? Kyarabi nodded. Don't be a shiv kid, let me know, do my rhymes kill or do they blow? Naruto stared at Kyarabi as a war waged in his mind, the unbridled, unadulterated truth versus his own personal survival instincts. He could tell Kyarabi the truth, that everything he just read on that paper gave him brain cancer that the Kyuubi had to purge from his system swiftly. However, Kyarabi took pride in his horrible rapping ability, and he seemed to take an incredible amount of pride in the drivel that Naruto was reading, and it got worse as it went along. Were Naruto to tell him how much it sucked, then Kyarabi would probably quickly show him exactly why he needed to come this far away from Kumogakure to actually train, and he wasn't looking forward to that. Finished with his covert thoughts, Naruto opened his mouth to answer Kyarabi. Well, I think that I'm not interpreting the rap right or something. Maybe I'm not taking this the right way, rap's not my thing. Oh, that's all. Kyarabi picked up one of the notebooks and randomly flipped it open. I can teach you to feel the rhyme, kid, it's all right. Hakai B Summers got all damn night. XXX. On the road back to Konohigakure no Sato. Naruto stopped right in the middle of the road before looking back down the road they had just come from with a shiver. Jiraiya poked Naruto in the side of the head to get his attention. What's got you all messed up in the head, Geiki? Naruto shook it off and kept walking down the road as a stray tear fell from his eye. I love my Kichibunshin so much. Oh, make Kichibunshin Chronicles 2. Tell me again how I got myself into this situation. Naruto asked as he was trying his very best to keep his eyes from straying downward. The reason being, there was a very naked Samue covered only by a towel, lying down on her bed with a content look on her face. The reason for that being, Naruto had his hands going all across her back and shoulders in a very soothing manner. The girl in question turned her head to the side and looked up at him questioningly. Are you complaining? Naruto shook his head as a grin broke out onto his face. Are you kidding me? I'm here, aren't I? Now chill out and let me work some of these knots out, Samue-chan. You're so rigid all the time, it's bad for you. He cracked his knuckles before getting right back to work, eliciting a moan of pleasure from Samue. You know, if you lived in Kumo I wouldn't have shoulder and back problems, Naruto-kun. She replied sleepily, I'm certain you'd make sure of that. Naruto smiled wryly at her, trying to get me to defect her. And what exactly would I get out of it? Samue smirked. I'd be more than willing to let you touch more than my back if you were. She ceased speaking when Naruto worked over a particularly sore spot, stifling her words with another groan. Ahem. Naruto turned his head towards the doorway to see Yujito and Karue both standing there in towels. Yujito was tapping her foot impatiently on the ground. It was to my understanding that we were all supposed to get a turn here. Samue didn't even spare her fellow Kunoichi a glance. I saw him first, get your own. As Yujito visibly bristled angrily at that, Naruto felt the makings of a catfight brewing, and despite his desire to see it, especially with them in only towels, he simply couldn't let it happen for his own reasons. He wordlessly made a cross-hand seal, and in a puff of smoke, 2 Kichibunshin were at the other girls' sides, escorting them to their own spots on the bed, Yujito grinning the entire way, Karue blushing and somewhat scowling, but her heart wasn't into it. XXX. On the road to Konohigakure no Sato. Naruto and Jiraiya had stopped on their way to Konoha for the night and had set up camp. Naruto was simply poking at the fire they had started to cook their food just as blood slowly started coming from his nose and a goofy grin crossed his face. I love my Kichibunshin so much. Naruto sat in the shady branches of a tree situated near the main gates of Konoha as he waited for the team he was intended to lead on his first mission as a Jounin. He had finally decided to wear his flak jacket, and underneath that a black long-sleeved muscle shirt. The change in clothes due to the climate he was going to be facing for this mission. He had never led anyone before, that was for certain. He was more accustomed to taking orders and dealing with whatever he was instructed to handle, and he was for the most part okay with that. However, overlying mission parameters didn't direct him to be a follower, they directed him to be a leader, because what Hokage couldn't lead a few missions. Hamako, who was relishing her new position as the primary woman in Naruto's life more or less by default, but it didn't matter to her, was quick to give Naruto a goodbye kiss when he left for the mission that morning. After that point, Teiya caught him outside of his apartment and laid her own claim on him, heading back inside of her apartment after stealing a blistering kiss of her own with a toothy grin. Strange, Naruto assumed she'd be more pissed about their little escapade. Oh well, it was time to get to work as usual. You're punctual, aren't you, Saikuhai? Naruto said to seemingly no one before Sai appeared in an ink shunshin with his strange smile on his face. You're the first to arrive. Looking forward to working with you. This certainly makes things easier now, doesn't it? Sai asked the scar-faced blonde. Naruto nodded, yep. Now I can just act like we met on this mission and hit it off and became friends. It takes away one pain in the ass of finding you to talk to for sure. You should get used to it, Naruto-senpai. As of now I am a permanent fixture on your squad for the foreseeable future. Sai said, pulling out a notebook that he began drawing in as they waited for the rest of the team. Naruto watched Sai from above and began to chuckle. What's funny? Naruto stopped laughing and looked at his comrade. You might be all about pushing your emotions away and all of that, but you still have a coping mechanism for all of the crazy stuff we do, just like every other good ninja does. Sai looked up at Naruto blankly. I don't understand, senpai. Naruto shook his head. Your notebook. What are you doing with it right now? Sai looked at the notebook in his hand and back to Naruto. I don't understand. Naruto jumped down from the tree and took the notebook from Sai's hands, flipping through it with an analyzing eye. You draw more than just stuff to fight with. Sai nodded and Naruto handed him back the notebook. That's your thing. Drawing is probably the thing you always do when you're not on missions, keeping you from cracking like an egg, the only blatant link to your emotions you have. And to prove my point, give me that for the duration of the mission. Sai looked at his notebook for a moment before handing it over to Naruto, who gave it right back. I thought you were going to take it away, why give it back? Naruto grinned at Sai and patted him on the shoulder. Nah, I didn't want it. I knew no matter what it meant to you, you were going to hand it over since I was the one that told you to do it. All I needed to see was the little flash of hesitation you gave me before handing it over. That would be a normal thing to other people, but to guys like you that Danzajiji trained, that's exceptional. I'm starting to get through to you, Kuhai. Sai's face showed no inflection of actually caring. I fail to see how you being able to see through my emotions is a good thing. It means my training is a failure and I need to be conditioned again. Naruto let out a phantom shiver at the thought of being reconditioned. No, you don't. You're my liaison to Danzajiji and apparently his successor, so that means that you need to be somewhat functional in social situations or else you'd be really suspicious. How else are we supposed to work together to help each other do our missions if I can't even get you to hold your own in a public forum? Although I'm barely the guy to be counting on for that. Sai put up his drawing notebook and pulled out a smaller one. Then I will simply have to take notes on regular interactions from you. You are my senpai and you have far more experience than I do with the matter. Naruto stared at the pale teen blankly. Sure, why not? Let's try that. Sai's eyes flecked to the gate. We will have to continue this conversation another time. I believe it is time to get to work. Naruto rolled his neck loose and started towards the gate to reach his other teammates. All right, let's do this. You might want to have on some better clothes for where we're going, but hey, you're a grown ninja. He patted Sai on the shoulder as they both walked over. Everything's going to be a-okay on this one, it's an easy detail. XXX. Hello Tenten. A cheerful Sakura said as she walked over to the gate only to see the bun-haired girl with a sweat drop on her head. What's the matter? Tenten rubbed her temple. Other than the fact that you and I are the only ones here on the squad, we also have Dot. She pointed at a middle-aged man with glasses freaking out about something around a crew of others. This guy that's all worked up in a frenzy and he's not telling me what's wrong. Sakura's reply was cut off when Naruto and Sai walked onto the scene. Hello Sakura, Tenten-chan, meet Sai, he'll be working with us on this one. Sai nodded in confirmation of Naruto's statement. You guys ready to do this thing? Sakura pleasantly greeted Naruto with a wave. Hi Naruto. Congratulations on your promotion. She looked him over. So you're the Jounin on this mission. You're pretty young for it, aren't you? Naruto shrugged. Everyone's got to grow up sometimes, right? Hell, Nej is a Jounin and he's 1 year older than us, right Tenten-chan? Naruto looked over at the weapons specialist who haughtily turned away from him, getting Naruto to sweat drop. So she's one of the people that wanted to talk to me, is she? Sai nudged Naruto out of his stupor, getting him to clear his head on the matter. Okay, so let's get this show on the road and roll out already. We've got to get moving to get to the coast, right? Where's the Sandiua guy that hired us? We can't leave yet. The man that had been so upset the entire time came scrambling over to Naruto and clutched at his vest. The entire reason we needed the escort, Yuki Fujikaze, isn't here. She's missing. Sakura gasped. That's who this is meant to protect. The movie star. I've seen all of the Princess Gale films. Naruto hadn't, but he knew who she was so famous. Being busy almost non-stop for years kind of kills your free time. He looked at the man before gently pushing him off. All right then. This mission is starting off just great, isn't it? He sighed before calling his team in. Sai, Sakura, you two search for Yuki and I'll send a Kichibunshin with you in case you two or me and Tenten find her. Everyone nodded and set off to search. Naruto simply walked, keeping Tenten from running off like Sai and Sakura had. What are you doing, Naruto? We have to find her. Naruto noticed her snappish tone and how she had taken the kun off of the end of his name, but didn't say anything. He simply made the hand seal for Kichibunshin and created 3 dozen before setting them out to search the village. He gestured with his head for her to follow him as he walked through the village to wait for any feedback giving him Yuki's location. He could feel Tenten's eyes on him, but when he panned his onto hers she would turn them back down the street. You want to talk while we wait, Tenten? He kept the chan off of her name that he had been calling her ever since their border patrol mission because she was doing the same. Maybe he could get her to snap and tell him what was wrong. I don't really think we need to talk, Naruto. Tenten replied, keeping her eyes straight ahead. I think I know all I need to without even hearing a word from you. Naruto groaned inwardly. This wasn't going to be something she could set aside for the duration of the mission, and the last thing he needed was her attention split if they wound up in a fight. He stepped out in front of her and stopped her from moving any further. All right, I was going to wait until you told me yourself, but this isn't something that I can hold off on. Tenten, what's wrong? What did I do? Tenten's eyes locked with his, glaring before she had to turn away from him. What happened to Tenten-chan? Or did you drop that once you did your neighbor? Naruto froze in place, confused look on his face before he slowly spoke. What me and Taeya-chan did is between us. Why does it bother you? And I stopped using the chan because you're acting all pissy and you dropped the kun from my name. Tenten took a deep breath. I was starting to like you a lot, Naruto-kun. The month we had doing the border patrol was the best mission I'd ever had. Everything you did was so sweet and you made me think that you were into me. Naruto could see where this was going. I do like you, Tenten-chan. He looked around, seeing people in the streets looking at them both. Can we talk about this some other time? He almost flinched at the recoil her face made. I promise we can talk about this later, I swear. But we have to work. One of my clones found Yuki and they're bringing her to the gate as we speak. She liked him too. Man, this couldn't have come up at a worse time. He could only hope the mission wrapped up quickly so that he could work this out. He put a hand on her shoulder and pulled away quickly when she balked under his touch. What could he say? There wasn't any time for him to even try and smooth this out with her. They had to move out now. Come on, Tenten-chan. We've got to get moving. Everything's going to be okay. This was all his fault. He never thought girls would actually get attached to him if he dropped his guard and acted like a spars around them as opposed to being iceberg cold like part of him wanted to be and he was fully capable of pulling off. They hated him when he was sealed and he was a total airhead then, so how would he know how different they would see him after that? Does Tsunade-chan even know she's giving me such clusterfuck missions, or is it just me? Naruto thought to himself as he and Tenten headed back to the gate. XXX. With Naruto a few moments earlier. After telling the rest of his team to head back to the gate and wait for him, Naruto kicked in the door to a dimly lit small bar with a perturbed look on his face. He saw Yuki Fujikawa's downing shots like a champ at the counter of the bar, only taking note of the people in the room. Yuki and the bartender, a middle-aged man with short black hair, visibly graying in certain places. Yuki's cheeks were tinted pink to show how under the influence she currently was when her eyes turned to the door and took note of Naruto. Ah, this kid again. Why do you keep coming after me? Naruto kept a straight face as he sauntered in. Because it's my job, and I'm not really into failing missions. I'm supposed to escort you to Yuki no Kuni and be done with it. It's kind of hard to pull that off when you mace me. I wouldn't try that again, by the way. It won't work twice even if you did actually get me with it this time. She glared at him for a moment before letting it go. Oh, what would a kid like you know about life anyway? Naruto chuckled slightly, sharing a look with the bartender who had a smirk of his own. Oh lady, you have no idea. Now come on, let's get going so that you don't let down your legions of fans by not finishing your movie. Yuki let out a bitter laugh. Actors are the biggest fakes in the world, kid. This business is dirty, almost as dirty as being a ninja like you, I could guess. He really doubted that most actors had to kill people with metal wire on a day-to-day basis. We're just fakes, following the lives of others written by others, never really being ourselves. She looked Naruto over before a drunken leer met Naruto's eyes. Hey, you want to know what it's like to be with a movie star? Naruto blinked and looked at the bartender, who was simply cleaning glasses and watching the dialogue between them with an amused grin. Naruto turned back to Yuki. First of all, I tend to avoid hooking up with drunk women as a personal bylaw. Second of all, you wouldn't even know what you were getting yourself into. Now let's go. I'm sure you can take your drinks with you, and I'm paying. Sandio is waiting. He's pretty upset right now. All he's worried about is me and his meal ticket. Let someone else play Princess Gale. Movies switch actors' roles all the time. Another actress can take my place in the next movie. I'm not going to Yuki no Kuni no matter what you say. Naruto sighed and sat down at the bar next to Yuki. Yo Ren, get me a quick shot. Top shelf stuff if you would. The bartender nodded and grabbed what Naruto asked for. Finally decided to quit and let me do what I want. Yuki gloated before downing more alcohol, and you even decided to drink and keep me company. Naruto shook his head, keeping his eyes forward at the bar. Nope, not quite. One shot, no matter how strong it is, won't do anything to me. I'm just drinking so I can get myself ready to be bitched out for what I'm about to do. Before she could ask what he was talking about, another Naruto clone appeared behind her and grabbed a point on her neck, rendering her unconscious, slumped over the counter. Naruto took his shot and swiftly downed it, grimacing at the taste before pulling the money out to pay and dropping it on the counter. He stood up and hoisted Yuki up over his shoulder. Later Ren. I'll probably be right back here after the mission is over, so I'll see you soon enough. XXX. True to his previous thought, Naruto was indeed chewed out once he got Yuki to the front gate. Mostly by Sakura, who only refrained from trying to hit him due to him outranking her and the fact that she still had never forgotten him dropping her with one punch all those years ago. Sandio almost fainted at seeing the actress out cold. Once the princess was set inside of the carriage intended to transport her, still unconscious, the ninja got everyone moving to the coast, hopefully able to make it there by the end of the day. The group moved surprisingly fast and got to the ship intended to transport them by sunset, where Naruto proceeded to drop the woman he was intended to protect in her cabin on the bed. Naruto shook his head as he looked her over. She was very beautiful, that much was for certain, but her attitude needed a serious adjustment. He was about to leave her until something caught his eye around her neck. He got closer and almost backed away in surprise. No way, the last time I saw that was 10 years ago. He looked at the woman that was out cold and tried to dredge her face up from memory. It is her. Holy shit. Flashback 10 years ago. Yuki no Kuni. Naruto, age 5. Naruto was sent on a simple mission of reconnaissance to Yuki no Kuni, Land of Snow, by Danza as his first assignment in order to get his feet wet in the kind of work he was to do. This was intended to supply Danza with information on what was to go on in the country. The old master of espionage was well informed that there was underlying turmoil being stirred up in the court of the daimyo, even though the man himself was unaware, and Naruto was to bring back info determining whether or not Danza should send any of his root ninja under the radar to push things along for one side or the other to keep the status quo among the nations. This seemingly easy mission, however, would be the first sign of a pattern of Naruto's propensity for drawing missions that undoubtedly would go sour as soon as he began. Shortly after arriving in the capital city of the country and beginning to record his findings, a ruckus broke out at the daimyo's castle. An entire attacking force made of amassed mercenaries and ninja from a new, small village, Yukigakyo, took on the outmatched royal guards of the daimyo. Staying hidden in the shadows the entire time, he forsook taking his notes and made it a priority to get the hell out of Dodge before he was caught in the crossfire. It wasn't his fight and he had no reason to stay there any longer. As he made his way out of the city under siege, he saw one of the most famous men his village had ever produced. Gravity-defying hair, face mask covering his nose and lower face, and Hittite covering nothing. His single Sharingan eye was out and looking behind him as he drove a sled out of the area with a small girl, 4 years older than Naruto, away from pursuing forces also on sleds. Either get discovered or allow Kakashi Hatake and the girl he was protecting to be caught and maybe killed by the people after him. Kakashi was too valuable to allow to die, and having Konoha fail a mission like this, no matter the circumstances, would undoubtedly have negative economic repercussions for years to come. Naruto pulled a plain white mask over his face and jumped out into the open between the retreating Kakashi and the pursuit force. Facing down the enemy of the copy ninja, Naruto made a quick set of hand seals and linked his fists together before pushing them out. Fuatan, Fuyin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto shot off a full power burst of wind from his knuckles, not worried about missing, knowing that they didn't even see him standing in the way, fully focused on Kakashi. The shimmering wind attack hit them all with the blunt force of a brick wall, and at the speed they were moving on sled it might as well have been one, as the concussive force killed everyone it hit on impact. It missed one, however, as he jumped off of the sleds and over the attack, letting his fellow warriors perish from Naruto's jutsu to cover his next move. He rapidly descended and attempted to crush the young root under his heel. Naruto rolled aside and slid to a stop on the surface of the ice. Naruto patiently looked the man over. He had a forehead protector similar to the Nadame Hokage, only with the insignia of Yukigakyo, a grey high ponytail, an odd set of armor and an arrogant look on his face. He laughed at the diminutive ninja facing off with him. This is what they sent to protect the princess. A baby ninja and copy ninja Kakashi. He stopped laughing and sneered at Naruto. You allowed Kakashi and Princess Koyuki to escape. Doto-sama will at the very least reward me when I return with your head. Naruto had used a lot of his chakra hoping that he would blow away the entire contingent with that one attack that he got them off guard with. Seeing one had survived didn't really bode well for him, especially since he looked to be a top-flight adversary. He slowly drew the small tipless tanto he was provided early in his career for combat before wordlessly rushing his enemy. The man quickly drew his own kunai to clash against Naruto with when he slashed at him. You're just a little brat playing ninja. Get that useless toy out of my face. Naruto felt himself being pushed back. Even if he wasn't physically inferior to his opponent, he was still only 5 years old. The pure size that the man had over his own was too much of a decisive factor. He learned this the hard way when the man simply held him off with one hand, grabbed his collar and slung him across the landscape, Naruto's body hitting the solid ground with a thud and sliding to a steady stop. Naruto stood up and lifted his tanto to swiftly block a kunai intended for his chest, only to see his enemy close in. Naruto rolled under the man's lunge and took his legs out from under him with the sudden move. Naruto tried to scramble to his feet, only to take a kick to the face from the man that knocked his mask off as he himself picked himself up. Naruto shook the cobwebs of the kick off and saw the Yuki ninja attempt to stab at him with a kunai. Naruto diverted the stab with the tanto, but a grown man being blocked completely by a 5-year-old boy with a little over 1 complete year of training, the best training feasibly possible, yes, and far from being a normal little boy, but still only 1 year of it and still a little boy, was an impossibility. Naruto, still wound up, stabbed in the side with the kunai, watching the man smirk as he let out a pained gasp as blood began to flow onto the ground. He weakly elbowed the man off of him, freeing the kunai and spilling even more blood onto the ground, as he weakly held his tanto up despite the blood loss. "You ignorant runt!" the man taunted. "Did you really think you could kill Nadariruga? I'm the finest ninja Ukigakure has to offer." Naruto finally spoke, as he could feel blood welling up inside of his mouth. "If you're the best that your village has, then you're lucky I fought you instead of Hatake. I'm only 5. He could see that his comment rose the ire of Nadarira, and that wasn't going to do him any favors while he was wounded. "I can't die now. Not on my first mission. I promised Danzajiji I would be the best ninja there ever was. The best don't die like this. Do you want to live, boy?" "What? You heard me. Do you want to live?" There was no one else around, but then he remembered what Danza had told him shortly after his training began. The fox that had attacked the village the day he was born was entrusted to him when the Yondaime sealed it inside of him. Danza said he could use it as a weapon, but he had never felt anything, until now. "Can you give me enough power to survive this?" The laughter of the demon echoed throughout Naruto's mind, and Nadarira circled him like a predator. "Give you such a minuscule amount of power just to survive? Why not enough to eradicate this pathetic human in one blow?" "Very well, you asked, you shall receive, just stay alive." Naruto immediately felt his entire body re-energized. The wound on his side faded from a biting pain, to a dull throb, to nothing at all in just seconds. Nadarira saw this all as an orange aura began to generate off of his body and proceeded to move into attack before anything else could be done. Naruto slammed his tanto against Nadarira's kunai, only this time he held fast. His heart was pumping a mile a minute as he held the larger figure back. He freed one hand, noticing how his nails had sharpened, and swiped at the man's exposed face, causing him to recoil in pain, and let Naruto slam his fist into his face, sending him flying backwards. Naruto didn't stick around to survey his damage dealt as he took off, in order to leave the country in the midst of its insurgents. End flashback. "Ah, good times," Naruto heard the Kyuubi say inside of his head. Naruto had wandered out onto the deck and sat out there as night fell and everything went still on the ship. "What's going on around here?" he wondered to himself, and to the Kyuubi, as it was the only soundboard for any input and ideas. "I can see why she doesn't want to go back to Yuki no Kuni after everything that went down that forced her away, but still." He shut his eyes in thought, "It's just for the movie. Once the movie's done she can leave. As long as no one recognizes her, then she'll be fine." "Who'll be fine?" Naruto turned and saw Tenten walking up to him. "You've been out here for a while." Naruto sighed. "Meh, don't worry about it. By the way, in case anything goes down, you're second in command." Tenten blinked before narrowing her eyes. "This isn't a way for you to get on my good side, is it? Is it working?" Naruto quipped before getting serious. No, it has to be you because you have more experience than Sakura, and while Sai has way more experience than you, he's not one for leading squads, if you get my drift. He looked around. Where are Sakura and Sai anyway? Tenten pointed behind her, below deck. Me and Sakura were talking for a while with the rest of the film crew and all of that. Sai went off on his own, writing stuff in a notebook. He's kind of odd, isn't he? Naruto laughed slightly. Everybody's got quirks. At least he isn't ranting about youth or fate. Tenten nodded and stared out at the sea along with Naruto for a while before speaking. So you said we were going to talk later. Well, it's later now, isn't it? It is. He still wanted to wait until the mission was over, but Tenten was a very stubborn girl, the kind he tended to attract. Kami, how did he not see this coming? Naruto rubbed his jaw and spoke. Okay then. You want to talk? Let's talk. Go ahead and fire away, Tenten-chan, and I'll tell you what I can. Tenten looked at him intently. You had sex with that Teiya girl next door to you? Naruto nodded. Yeah. She wanted it. I didn't back down. Why would I have? I'm 15 and it was sex, with Teiya, who is really, really hot once you get past the attitude and the swearing. And I would do it again too, I care about her a lot. Tenten frowned. And Hamako, your assistant? Helper. What is she? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Assistant sounds good. Although it could double as girlfriend now though if she has anything to say about it. Tenten raised an eyebrow at him. You did her too. Shaking his head rapidly, Naruto disputed her claim. No, I haven't. Not yet anyway, I should say. I care about her a lot too. She's the only link to my family and clan that I have, and I'm the same to her. I would never leave Hamako-chan alone, not after what she told me. Naruto locked eyes with Tenten. She told me she loved me. Not like a brother, not like a benefactor, legit loved me. He noticed Tenten look down in defeat, and she isn't the only one. Tenten let out a sigh. So you finally got it, did you? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Tamrai-chan does too, so does Yujai-chan, so do you. Wait. Tenten's head snapped back up. Other girls like you too? Naruto could only scratch his head in confusion. It's just as weird to me as it is to you. Yujai-chan is from Kumo though. I swear I'm seriously not trying to do all of this stuff. It just happens when I go places. I don't want to hurt you or any of these women. How can I pick? Tenten stared at him before a smile crossed her face. So the only one you have is Hamako for sure, right? Since she's bonded to your clan no matter what. Naruto nodded. Tenten then moved in and kissed him on the cheek. Well then I better get myself in gear and put my name in for consideration, shouldn't I? Naruto stared at her vacantly. What? Tenten giggled. You just said that you don't really have a girlfriend, that you and Teiya only had sex for the fun of it. You're still on the market as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not letting this drop. You will be mine, Naruto-kun, count on it. With that, Tenten confidently stood up and walked back inside, making a show of waving her backside as she vanished, leaving Naruto by himself outside. Naruto stood staring at where Tenten had just been walking for upwards of 2 minutes before talking. Wait a minute. What the hell just happened? The Kyuubi was laughing maniacally in Naruto's head. For such a powerful human you sure are whipped by the females in your life, boy. Naruto growled audibly at the Kyuubi's taunts before he stopped and thought, hey, did you just actually vocally admit I'm one of the most powerful people in the world? Kyuubi stopped laughing abruptly. No, I mean, Sigh shut up Kit. Naruto grinned and looked back out at the ocean. Oh, Kyuubi, I love you too, you big furball of amassed violence and hatred. I really can't wait to eat you. The powerful entity growled inside of his container. XXX. The next day. The next day had the team on basic guard duty while the film crew shot the scenes that they were able to on the ship. Having never seen one of her movies before, Naruto had to admit that Yuki really was a fantastic actor. Now if only that translated over into her having a great personality, there would be something there. Honestly, he was more surprised that she wasn't visibly hungover from all the drinking she had done yesterday. She's like a completely different person once the cameras turn on. Sakura commented from nearby, getting a nod out of Naruto. That's Yuki. The director commented, once it's time to play that character, there's no one like her in the world. She was born to do this role. Naruto turned towards the area away from the chute to see Sai, leaning on the railing of the ship with his notebook out. How are you holding up, Sai? Sai turned his attention to Naruto. Just fine, Naruto-senpai, though I am learning much about interaction between others from you. For instance. Naruto cut him off before he could say a word. Tenten raising an amused eyebrow as she heard what Sai was saying. Saikuhai, I have not handled a single personal relationship the right way since this mission has started. At all. Everything I did yesterday, absolutely everything, it would be better for you if you just forgot that it ever happened. How long have you been taking notes? Sai flipped back in his book to the indicated point, since the point in time where you drank with Fujikawa's son to diffuse her temper in order to ease the difficulty to have your way with her. Allowing her to drop her guard and let you get close. He stared at Naruto expressionlessly, blinking at regular intervals. Naruto deadpanned a look at Sai, opening his mouth before thinking on it and trying to speak again. Okay, that actually works depending on exactly what kind of personal relations you're aiming for. However, that is a whole nother conversation I don't feel like having here in the open. Naruto turned to the others only to see Tenten smirking and Sakura shaking her head with a dry look on her face. Oi, quit gawking. You ain't being paid to look at me. And Sakura, do you really think you can do a better job teaching Sai about relationships? Sakura had a smile come onto her face from the banter. Better than you, I'm sure. Really? Naruto said, getting into the spirit. Well, let's backtrack, shall we? In the academy you basically threw your best friend away for a guy that showed no interest at the age of 10. 10. You just now got around to fixing that not too long ago, and that's probably because the guy had issues and left the village, thus taking away the point of your conflict. And don't even get me started on Sajuktum himself, because that's about 2 hours of griping right there. You try to fuck anything with legs and a uterus. Sakura shot back, I thought you weren't a pervert. She said tauntingly. Naruto frowned, okay, I'm somewhat a pervert, but in my defense I never had a chance. Look who all of my most prominent sensei were, Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya of the Sannin. One reads porn everywhere he goes, blatantly and brazenly. The other writes said porn among other unscrupulous activities. I'm well balanced by comparison, which is weird because the way I live and as strong as I am, you would think that I would have some extreme quirk at some point, right? He then stopped and snapped back, hey, I don't try to fuck anything with legs and a uterus, I've only ever done it once. He sniffed haughtily, and I haven't tried to fuck you yet, have I? Yes you have. She said dryly, I count all of the stuff you did when we were first genin as you trying to fuck me. Naruto gave her a perplexed look, you thought I was trying to fuck you back then? I barely understood what that implied until right after the tune-in exams. I just wanted to date you. I was simple like that. I figured that was the pinnacle of what I was going to get out of you. What made you think all I wanted was to fuck you? He looked her over, though now I might be considering it. You filled out quite a bit, Sakura. Sakura gaped at Naruto before growling with a flustered face, Naruto. Naruto shook his finger at her chidingly, Superior officer standing here. I'm not one to abuse my power, but in this case I'm more than willing to as long as you don't hit me. Hey! We've got a scene going here. The director snapped at Naruto and Sakura. Sorry. Both of them said before Sakura went to silently fuming at Naruto. Tenten noticed Sai writing dutifully in his notebook and looked over to see what he was doing. What are you writing in there? Sai simply read back what he had been writing. Friends tease and provoke one another by bringing up negative character traits that distinguish them as well as bring up examples from the past that serve little other purpose than points of humor. Also, friends of opposite sex tease one another with innuendo-laden remarks and suggestions, such as what Naruto-senpai did with Ugly over there. Tenten's sweat dropped. Yeah. I wouldn't try that with anyone if I were you. People don't like being called derogatory names like ugly. That's no way to make friends. Sai simply looked at the bun-haired girl. Well, I understand that nicknames are a way to endear yourself to the people around you. If that is the case and going along with all of the other things I've learned thus far, I think have a name for Naruto-senpai. You do? Tenten asked. This Sai guy was totally weird. Did he really not know anything about other people? What is it then? Tenten moved her ear closer to Sai so that he could whisper the name to her. Tenten choked back a laugh and patted Sai on the back. I would keep that to myself at least until we're done with the mission. It might disrupt things if you start calling him that. Sai gave her one of his smiles. Okay, bun girl. Bun girl? Tenten asked herself before remembering her hairstyle. Well, he might not be totally clueless at the name-giving thing. XXX. The crew and the ninja protection detail disembarked from the ship on the site of a massive glacier. As the crew took to setting up the lights and sets for the shots, the director ran around manically. Yes. This is absolutely perfect for the fight scene I have written out. Who says that going on location to shoot is dead? As the fight scene began being filmed, an explosion rocked the glacier, causing a slab to crack from the top of it towards the crew. Naruto narrowed his eyes and sprang into action, jumping in front of everyone and making his hand seals before linking his fists together and thrusting them out. Fuatan, Fuuyin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto viciously smashed the chunks of ice to harmless powder with the force his jutsu hit the debris with. Get into standard defense formation. Naruto knew his allies were astute and learned enough to know the simple formation and was not disappointed when they immediately backed him up. It's just like last time. Yuki began to panic as the chaos started building. I should never have come back here again. She began to run off in no particular direction, getting a growl out of Naruto for making his particular job that much more difficult. Sakura. Naruto barked, go get Yuki and get her back to the ship. Keep watch over her until this is all over. Sakura nodded and went after her to fulfill Naruto's order. As Sakura drew near Yuki, a large man on a snowboard quickly bared down on both women. Tenten saw this and broke formation to cut him off. She quickly brought out a scroll and produced a large metal sphere spiked with kunai welded into it that she threw into the man's path before it suddenly exploded. Showing a great amount of navigational skill on his board, the man dodged all of the shrapnel and debris from Tenten's ball. Well, I remember that jutsu. Naruto's eyes turned red and slitted for a moment as his memory dredged up recollection of who the voice belonged to. I remember that face too. Suddenly appearing in front of Naruto and Sai was the Yukinin from Naruto's last escapade in Yuki no Kuni. It's good to see you again, boy. From the looks of your face, the years haven't treated you too kindly, have they? Naruto scoffed, look who's talking. Although I guess you wouldn't mention the little gift I left you the first time we met, would you? Naruto was referring to a small vertical scar right under the man's right eye. The glare he got for that remark settled him down enough to get Sai an order. Sai Kuhai, go back up Tenten-chan. This is their squad leader. Sai nodded and rushed off to take on Tenten's adversary alongside her. Now Naderia. Naruto said as he set himself in a fighting stance, let's get to round 2, shall we? I have a habit of paying back all of the few bastards that left scars on me when I was kid. Lucky you, you were the first one that did, and you're also the last one left alive. Not for long though. Naderia put his hand out expectantly, just hand over the princess, punk. You couldn't beat me then, you can't beat me now. Princess? Naruto feigned ignorance, but the only princess here is an actress that plays a princess in movies. You might be able to get an autograph though, but I doubt it, she's kind of a bitch. Naderia narrowed his eyes, you were there, you can't tell me you don't recognize Yuki as Princess Koyuki. He let out a short laugh, still a brat that doesn't know any better. Naderia taunted, Yukigakure has made some improvements over the last 10 years that you couldn't imagine. You won't get a lucky shot in on me again the way you did last time. Funny. Naruto said as his face turned stone serious, that was going to be my line. With that, Naruto lowered his center of gravity and rushed at Naderia, who immediately jumped back out of his hand-to-hand range. XXX. With Sai. Sai swiftly made his way over to Tenten. However, before he could get to her, he found himself trapped once a pillar of ice encased his body, freezing him solid. A woman in a grey winter hat with 2 pink pigtails sticking out the side appeared with a smirk on her face. Hyaura no jutsu, ice prison jutsu. Sai's body suddenly turned to ink within the pillar. The woman then found herself forced to dodge a swing of Sai's tanto as he appeared behind her. As she got away from Sai's surprise attack, she sneered at him, "You're rather talented to avoid that in the blink of an eye like that." Sai said nothing and pulled his scroll from his back. The Yuki no Ichi made a tiger seal as a burst of ice flew up around her and took the form of miniature swallows. Hyoton, Zubame Fubuki, ice release, swallow snowstorm. The sharp-winged projectiles scattered about before focusing in a straight line at Sai. Sai drew out his brush and special scroll, Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai quickly drew a gigantic leech, 3 times Sai's size, that covered his body, taking the brunt of the attack from the enemy jutsu as it riddled the leech's body. It eventually turned to ink and dripped to the ground, revealing Sai had vanished again. The woman licked her lips, cute and somewhat talented. XXX. With Tenten. Tenten threw a salvo of kunai and shuriken at the large man, but instead of impaling him on contact, they simply bounced off of his body. The man barreled on through her attack on his snowboard and slammed his body into her, sending her sprawling through the snow. The man laughed as Tenten stood up, glaring at him, "Your little projectiles won't get anywhere near me as long as I have my chakra armor on and active." Chakra armor? Tenten said distastefully, "What a useless shortcut." The large man simply laughed at her, "Say that when I'm alive and you're dead." He placed his right arm out at Tenten and seemingly fired it out at her when she realized that it was a weapon. She dodged the hand that flew past her and grabbed into the ground, but when she turned back towards her opponent, he was coming right for her, being pulled in by a cable attached to the hand behind her. Tenten quickly summoned a katana to avoid being smashed into fully by the man's metal snowboard. It did still make impact with her and send her sliding through the snow once more. Tenten rolled through to her feet this time, getting angry at this person. He wasn't even really that good, but he was troublesome to try and fight with her style. He could ignore her projectiles for the most part and just run right through to attack her. This guy was seriously getting under her skin with the way he was just snowboarding all over the place. He wasn't even moving that fast. The markswoman in her just wanted to fill his slow ass with projectiles and be done with it, but that damn armor was in the way. She was about to seriously test that crap out and see who had the better tools. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto was sick of Nadaria playing keep away with him, getting him to finally back off. Here's a throwback for you, Fuatan, Fuuyin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto fired off one of his oldest and most favored ninjutsu at Nadaria, who simply allowed it to hit him flush before it simply dispersed in front of an odd-colored shield of light. What? Nadaria smirked. Like I said, Yukigakyo has made improvements that you couldn't even imagine, boy. Our chakra armor is the pinnacle of shinobi technological research. Hearing this didn't faze Naruto at all. Then I'll just have to break it, won't I? If you think you can, go ahead and try it. Nadaria began making a set of hand seals. Hyoton, Haruyua Malko, Ice Release, Tearing Dragon, Fierce Tiger. From the ice surrounding the field of battle, a massive dragon-bodied tiger formed and went at Naruto. Naruto moved and the jutsu crashed harshly into the glacier, quaking the surface and cracking it from the collision. He still wasn't safe, however, as the tiger penetrated the surface and continued its pursuit. It came so close to his body the temperature dropped immediately. If it had hit him, it would have flash frozen him. While the respective battles were raging on, the director was screaming at his crew to get all of this on film, saying it was better than any script. Dodging this tiger was beginning to utterly piss Naruto off. He turned towards Nadaria and saw him holding his hands in his last seal. Grinning widely at what he saw as a sitting duck, Naruto began rushing straight towards Nadaria, choosing to completely ignore the tiger altogether. Nadaria saw Naruto coming and pumped more chakra into the jutsu, speeding up the tiger, adding more mass to it, and putting more force behind it. It crashed right into the ground behind Naruto's feet, drudging up a cloud of powder snow and ice chunks. Nadaria smirked as he felt the glacier begin to collapse from his jutsu. There was no way the kid walked away from that. His party was short-lived, however, when the blonde figure of his hatred flew out of the cloud of snow and delivered a jaw-shattering punch that sent Nadaria's body flying before smacking roughly against a wall of ice. Naruto goaded Nadaria from a distance as the glacier started to split. I thought you said I wasn't going to sucker punch you again. He could feel the place coming down around them, getting him to glare at Nadaria, who had picked himself up, rubbing his red jaw. You're lucky. Naruto started making his way back to the ship, yelling around for his partners. Saikuhai, Tenten-chan. This place is going down, we need to get out of here. Tenten looked back at a retreating Naruto and narrowed her eyes at her opponent. You'd better hope we don't see you again. The man grinned at her untastefully as Nadaria called out to his own squad to fall back. Mizo, Fubuki. With me. The woman, Fubuki, ceased her battle with Sai and winked at the boy before making her way to her leader. I'll see you later, cutie. Sai simply blinked and stared emotionlessly before moving to get back to the ship with the rest of his team. Naruto, Tenten, and Sai reconvened on board where they watched the glacier quickly break apart into small chunks and sink. Naruto sighed and slumped against the siding. Too many X factors or else I would have torn that asshole apart. He looked at himself and noticed the back of his arms, legs, and torso had a layer of ice on it. That last jutsu must have been closer than I thought. Tenten frowned. You're not the only one. That stupid giant with the armor. I was about to put him under. The glacier was unstable. Sai commented. Naruto nodded. That was the only thing keeping me from tearing Nadaria to pieces. Using anything high level enough to maybe get through his armor would have done just as much damage as the idiot's last attack, if not more. It would have definitely taken the glacier out if I had used it. Naruto shrugged. Oh well, he wasn't worth it anyway. Sakura came running up to her team. Are you guys all right? Naruto blinked before looking at his fingertips and toes. Can you cure frostbite, Sakura? Oh, make lost missions too. During the border patrol mission 1 year prior, Naruto and Tenten were seated in the lookout tower of the border outpost. Their group of them, Neji, Rock Lee, and Shikamaru were stationed at for the month along with 20 other ninja that were out and about or scattered along the base. Naruto was seated all the way across the space from Tenten, holding up a kunai by the blade and waving it around right as a second kunai from across the way hit Naruto's kunai right through the ring. Naruto looked and whistled at the accuracy of the throw. Damn Tenten-chan, if I wasn't so sure that you wouldn't spike me with that damn thing I might have been weary of letting you do this. That makes you 22 for 22, point well proven. You own me in accuracy. Tenten stood up and proudly walked over to Naruto to retrieve her kunai. I wasn't blowing smoke when I said I would, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded before snorting and looking away. I still dominate you with a sword though. Tenten got a tick mark on her head, much to Naruto's amusement. Hit a sore spot there, did I now? Says the guy that lost his own sword in the middle of a fight once. Tenten said as she pulled out a scroll and quickly summoned a katana. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You aren't seriously going to? He was cut off when he had to draw his own ninjato to keep from being split vertically by the bun-haired kunoichi. Naruto blocked and began to push back as he kept sitting in his chair. I don't think we should be doing this right now, we're going to get busted for this. Tenten smiled as she continued to push against Naruto's sword. Shikamaru is with Neji. He won't be very motivated to finish his rounds quickly and Neji won't be able to make him go any faster. Lee is on his own, so once he finishes his rounds he'll probably head out to do more for some reason. Good points. Naruto mentioned as he continued to defend. He sat back and placed the bottom of his foot on the back of his sword before kicking it, generating enough force to throw Tenten off of him. Tenten stumbled back as Naruto fell backwards out of the chair and ran back towards him to keep fighting. Naruto quickly stood up and kicked the chair at Tenten, hitting her in the legs and getting her to trip upright into Naruto's grasp, who disarmed her and performed an over-the-shoulder toss that took the air out of her, letting him put his body weight on top of her as he held his sword to her throat. But I can think of way better things we can do with this free time than fighting. He stared at Tenten, who began to fluster under such an intense gaze. Ha, you have really pretty eyes, Tenten-chan. Tenten blushed at being complimented so intently by a boy that was right on top of her. Why you too, Naruto-kun? Naruto grinned and got up off of Tenten, helping the girl to her feet as he set his sword over his shoulder. Thanks. I don't really hear too many compliments, you know. We can spar this evening when it's our group's turn to take a break. Tenten remained anxious around Naruto. That sounds good. What the hell is wrong with me? She tried to look anywhere but at Naruto when her eyes rested on his sword. Wait, that's new. You have a new sword. Naruto looked at the blade over his shoulder before holding it out for her to see. Oh yeah. This is the Sennenki no Ken, it's an old heirloom of my clan, it's a long story. However, Tenten wasn't concerned about that at the moment. Naruto had to pull the weapon back before, "Oi! You can't touch it." A sparkly-eyed Tenten pulled her hand back empty without Naruto's sword in hand. "Moo, why not, Naruto-kun? What wrong with me touching it?" she said with a pouty face. Naruto looked at her face. "Wow, that's a really cute look." He cleared that thought. "You can look but you can't touch, it's my most personal piece of hardware. It's basically in my genetics." Tenten moved closer to him, prompting Naruto to hold the sword overhead out of her reach while he kept his hand on her head to keep her from jumping up. "Come on, Naruto-kun, something like that is meant for others to enjoy." Naruto let out a laugh. "Yeah, it's really enjoyable when I shove this thing into someone. You should see when I pull it out too." Naruto shook his head. "You couldn't handle this thing, Tenten-chan." Tenten's face furrowed in anger. "Taking that as an insult, I'll have you know that women like me were born to handle things like this." "You're right, some are. Too bad for you, you're not one of them." He was referencing the fact that it was an Uzumaki heirloom. Naruto gave her a challenging look. "I'll believe it when I see it." "Fine," Tenten said with a grin, "you'll see right now." With that, she tackled Naruto to the ground and started trying to wrestle his sword away from him. XXX. Outside of the lookout room on the stairwell, 2 Konoha shinobi were frozen in place at the door to the room with their ears to the door and blood trailing down their noses. They had been standing there ever since Naruto had said, "It's a long story." Tenten grunted loudly from inside. "Give it to me, Naruto-kun. I thought you could take it." Naruto taunted right after she spoke, crashes and bumps sounding out all throughout. "Call me Naruto-sama and I might lighten up." "Do your worst," Tenten said. "You won't break me." She grunted in effort before cursing loudly. "Damn it, why are you so big?" That was all the poor eavesdroppers could take as they blacked out and fell halfway down the flight of stairs. Omake Kichibunshin Chronicles 3. Naruto stared across a desk with half-lidded eyes that were steadily shutting quickly. He caught himself and snapped his eyes wide open with a hard slap to his own face. "Give it up, Tsunade-chan, I'm better than you. It's that simple." Tsunade gave Naruto a look much like the one she was giving him. "You're a few decades too soon to be trying to outdrink me, brat." Tsunade snapped her fingers. "Shitsune, fill us up again." Shitsune stood off to the side with a container of sake and a sweat drop on her head. "Tsunade-sama, I don't think a drinking contest with an underage subordinate is such a good idea. And Naruto-kun, you shouldn't be getting drunk like this, it's not good for you." She had been sitting there watching her master and her surrogate little brother throw back drinks for the better part of 2.5 hours. What had started as allowing Tsunade a reward for finishing her work so efficiently degenerated into a competition once Naruto had randomly ambled into the office. After heading home and returning with a ridiculous amount of alcohol for any 15-year-old to have, he began to engage Tsunade in a game of the drink. Naruto slapped his hand on the table hard. "Oi, I'm not as think as you drunk I am. Now you heard Ba-chan, Shitsune-chan, fill it up again." He finished loudly, holding his saucer out for her to fill. "Eager to get put under the table, brat." Tsunade wisecracked as Shitsune topped them both off. "I outdrink Jiraiya on a regular basis, what makes you think that you can put me down?" Naruto didn't answer. He simply smashed his fist on the desk and grabbed his drink before tossing it back down his throat in one go, followed by Tsunade doing the same. Both of them held the saucers up with both of their heads tilted back before Tsunade fell backwards out of her seat onto the ground, snoring with a content look on her face. Naruto lowered his head and saucer, swaying in place for a moment before shakily standing up and walking over to Tsunade, nudging the unresponsive Hokage with his foot. I think I can put you down because I'm not really Naruto. With that, Naruto fell backwards and disappeared in a puff of smoke once he hit the ground. Shitsune was visibly gaping at what she had just seen. She rubbed her temple and sat down where Naruto had been sitting before pouring herself some sake of her own. I need a drink. XXX. Naruto was seated out on the deck of the ship by himself just looking out at the ocean when a memory hit him. Damn it. He scowled. My Kichibunshin and Tsunade-chan drank all my sake. He held his head and growled, and I get the hangover effect. Fucking stupid clones. He stood up and headed inside. Sakura. Can you do Shitsune-chan's hangover cure? And that's the ending of this part, everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel, and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.